up, misfits, one and all, to tonight's episode of Call Me Skeptical Evolution Denial.
Evolution.
Where tonight we are opening up the internet phone lines to see if anyone can help us understand why anyone would deny the theory of evolution. So, won't you join James W.
Help
and
us.
myself? Help us. Help us help you. And myself, Amy
That's the
Newman,
reality.
for an
Come to reality.
evolving fun time. Exactly. Evolve towards reality.
Come on, come on.
What is up? That's oh my, only if you have permission. But I see lots of love out there in the chat. We are sending it right back, and we will give everyone greetings.
Permission? Oh.
That's right. Only if
Greetings.
you've been a good boy or girl. But I do want to thank you for joining us on the interwebs. Is the sound I think they make when they travel through the interwebs, which is much better than
The old dial-up noises from the 90s. 90s nostalgia.
Good times. If you
AOL busy signals.
I remember AOL
Back in the day.
CDs. Like
Yeah, I remember AOL busy signals trying to connect the internet to do your homework and the
and
busy
if you
signals.
got a call, that would screw you up.
If you got a call waiting, yeah, it would completely kick you offline for a freaking telemarketer.
I know. Excuse
Back
me,
before
would
even
you
the
like
do
to
not
buy
call
an
list.
extended warranty? No, I don't. Please. Is
I
this
don't
Satan?
own a BMW. I don't
No,
own
no,
a
no. We
2002
employ Satan.
BMW.
What? Yeah. But yes, we're looking to find views beyond our own. So welcome out there as well, brothers and sisters. Once again, if you're feeling fancy, please don't
Grab your
forget
tinfoil hats.
to like, follow, or subscribe. Woohoo! That's right. Keeps safe from whatever the chemtrails are trying to, I think, get in there.
And Lord Xenu.
Exactly. And it's why you can't have fluoride in your toothpaste, specifically so big.
So you get more cavities?
Yes, exactly. Which is so funny. It's like the only active ingredient. Like all of the other shit is what you don't want.
Yeah.
And yet, like they really could just sell a tube of fluoride, but that would suck and probably taste. So chemicals are probably what make it taste good. And then the fluoride. Never mind. Sending love. Yes. You also gain access to that bell icon, which, when hit to all, will send you reminders to see our premieres and join our live streams. What's up, Dale?
Square root of -1.
And Randolph sending love. Square root of -1. April Cox, KCA.
Unit 666.
Unit 66. James Wolf, Dave Gar. Oh my gosh. So many lovely people. And who we really want to tempt tonight. Oh, come on. We see Bubblegum.
These are all very rational
sending
people.
love also early in chat. We just want all of our people to come on and have fun. What was
a lot of rational people out there, but what we're looking for is people a little less rational.
And look, we also agree with any of our theist brothers and sisters, or especially if, they could ally us depending on the topic. I feel like theists are often split in this subject. And so,
Friendly Muslim.
yeah,
Could
sending
be
love.
a
I
winner.
see Wesely. I see Friendly Muslim. Woohoo! Hala Psionic Keiju. Woohoo! Sending so much love. And during the show, feel free to tag James W. and myself at Amy Newman in chat with your thoughts, questions, and one-liners, because that helps us see them on screen. Furthermore, we are admittedly a skeptic channel, including the two schmucks that you see before you. However,
And the animals, they count.
that's true.
They're skeptical too.
James, would it be triggered if we said that Gizmo was an atheist? Definitely a skeptic.
Might trigger him, and
might.
he is an evolved animal. Yeah, he is evolved just like everybody else.
And I'll tell you, getting people just to talk about, specifically creationists, about evolution, and they really want to talk about abiogenesis, which is not the topic tonight. I'm sure it will be brought up everywhere.
We're not afraid of it. We're not afraid of
unless
it.
Unless abiogenesis bites. No, well, the funny thing is that when I look at how non-life became life, all of the empirical evidence actually points to naturalistic. I feel in many ways that the scientists are being super humble. And once again, just like consciousness, it is a bunch of scattered scientists that have their own, what is the correct term? Department. They have their own area of expertise. Yeah. But yes. And so both of those things, abiogenesis, consciousness, they will all be mapped out, I believe.
We'll have a very good
in the near future.
Of them one day. Yeah.
And, you know, my bet, if I was a betting woman,
Sir,
is they will not be supernatural. It will be a naturalistic explanation.
Oh, you mean just like every other answer we've ever found in human history has always been natural? You think that origin of life, origin of consciousness, that they will also probably find a naturalistic explanation for those two?
You know, once again, if I had to take a roll the dice there, but supernatural, definitely.
But if we didn't have those gaps in our knowledge, Amy, where would they hide God in?
That's true. Where else would you shove him into? And I do have places that I could if I had suggestions. Anyway, we actually at Call Me Skeptical are looking for views that don't agree with our own. So once again, if you fit the bill, the link to join the show is about to head into chat and on screen. Yeah. That's right. We will give priority. So if you are an atheist or skeptic-minded person, feel free to hang out with us backstage while you eat popcorn, or join us as well as say what you want, because we do want to hear what you have to say about the subject. We want everyone. So, once again, if you think the world is 6,000 years old, that evolution is a hoax, and it's so funny, that's kind of on topic.
The earth is flat.
The world is flat. Well, then, OG Willikers, you should speak to us right away. And in fact, tonight's housekeeping will continue to be sponsored by our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman, including awesome Patreons.
My God.
That's right, baby. Also sponsored by Sugar Water. And also us from #Tangang, yo, the Atheist Roundtable, the Atheist Network Group.
All of them.
Connecting atheists from all around the world. And so sending love as we look for hashtag better conversations in the non-believer community and just skeptics. And you can find them at youtube.com/The Atheist Network Group. Sending love to us. And Wesley, I see you out there. I'm sending so much love. Please, I cannot say this enough. Bloom, 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 my flashing sign. Join. We are going to send the link in a second, and we are waiting for people to disagree. And I have basically just a quick story, the inspiration that I'll say in between as we go through it. But I want to say, sending love to, oh my goddess, dude, I'm doing magic. To Ian Davenport, the commander of our Facebook group, who you can find there at our Skeptic and Ranting Facebook page. We are sending so much love. I'm continuing to send out more memes that you should go out there. That's right, at the commander level.
Praise Mark Zuckerberg.
Yo, dude caused us so many problems with, I won't even get into it. Mark knows what he did. Sending so much love to Ian Davenport. Doon, 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 as we look into really creationist arguments, because it doesn't look like a heart that was designed by something. It looks like, well, the stuff he does. But it was inspired by a natural heart. Doon, 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 doon. It's also to scale, I assume.
Probably.
Sending love.
Large part.
And sending love to a grumpy old cuss who, when we listen to many of these claims, like a 6,000-year-old Earth, I don't think it says so in the Bible either. Like, that is a completely
it's an interpretation.
It's basically, we went back and dude was like, look, I'm just going to try and add up these years, these years. It was probably 6,000, give or take, whatever I said.
Yeah.
Who's counting?
Hey, if you assume it's all the inspired word of God, then hey, it's all got to be right?
That's true.
So they should all be add up to be the correct dates then.
Which, once again, hashtag prophets don't exist. Sending love to Grumpy.
Thanks, Grumpy.
I was trying to figure out, if you talk to God, I believe you. I just want to know if God talks back, because that's what believers think that they do, I assume, or if not, that's what their prophet did. Minimum, that's what their prophet did. Okay, if you're deist or pantheist, you're off the hook. But if you are a theistic with a spice of flavor, and that's the monotheistic,
Judeo-Christian.
Yeah, the Jado-G-Christian brand. I think they have that in the freezer. Let's put that in the microwave.
They're really rubbery. You won't like it.
It's on the button.
Microwavable theism.
They lobbied for that.
Well, it's like those popcorn buttons that they have on the microwave. But
exactly.
Any popcorn you get says, do not use the popcorn button. It will blow up. Do not
put it in the classroom. But sending love to Grumpy and sending love to Diana Smith, 3 princesses in one. Woo-hoo. Reminding us, of course, that these Abrahamic religions would never treat one religion more equal than the other. That would be terrible. Even though if they get paid by the word, they have to apparently put men before women. Even in even in slavery. What a bitch. Even in slavery, you need to let male servants go first.
Well,
whew.
That's right, Beamsy. Prophets do exist. That's why we have our Patreon.
I was going to say, prophets do exist. You can sponsor at our Patreon, or if you look at any of, what's our favorite, both Creflo Dollar, if you look at any of the...
Kenneth
Copeland. Oh my God. Kenneth Copeland is one of those guys that I feel bad. Because I know a lot of people stereotype others as the Antichrist. But if I was a casting agency, I'm just saying.
If you were going to point Bob Larson to somebody who has demons in him.
Well, Bob Larson is another one that it's hard to know if he knows how much full of send those emojis. They fight the demons. No, really.
Keeps the money pouring in, Amy. No, and you watch his shows. Sometimes I'll send you the pictures. People sending in $300 super chats, $500 super chats for this guy doing fake exorcisms.
And see, once again, are we saying, oh, so and so shouldn't be making money? No, we're not saying people should be making money. What we're saying is that these people very specifically, are not only selling the invisible product. They're not just passing around a plate at the end of whatever spiel that they gave, because that's what we do without the invisible product. But worse.
You just get
way worse. Please do not think that you can send a priest, a pastor, a rabbi, an imam a donation. And by sending them that donation, you can accrue any sort of money at least. And at best, they're trying to claim you can cure ailments, you can cure your life. The more you give, James, don't you know? The more God is going to give you right back.
I mean, if you give Bob Larson all your money, then he can do more fake exorcisms and then set more people free, and then they'll go to heaven now. And then when you get to heaven, God will be just so happy with you that, oh, you gave all your money to Pastor Bob so he could free those people from the demons.
And can I just say for 1 second, I think it's shit that Jesus, apparently, his body went to heaven. Also, why is Jesus the only dude that went to heaven while he was alive, right?
Empty tomb.
But he was brought back to life, which means when he ascended to heaven, he was alive, right?
At some point, at some level, yeah, he would have had to be alive.
Even his mortal form. Like, I just don't get it.
He was fully God and fully man.
James. That's the funny part. You want to test it, we have to die. But he gets spirit heaven lines.
He's God. What can you say? He's God.
Exactly.
The rules don't apply to him. But actually,
a little bit different.
Well, if you're alive, Amy, during the rapture, when God calls all the Christians up to heaven, you will never have to die. You won't die. God will just call you. You'll just go floating up in the clouds one day.
That's true, and hopefully I'll get to play a harp, I assume.
You'll get a new body in heaven.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
So we can sit on our knees and worship, the guy, the daddy figure.
What else would you do? Hager Mania.
What is up, Gurr? I see Beamsy. I see Gurr. I see
tearing the shadow.
Field. So many fantastic, amazing.
Now look at Beamsy saying Muhammad rode a unicorn up to heaven. It wasn't a unicorn, Beamsy. What was it, Amy?
I know that's the funny thing. Can I say? And here, I have to give the asterisk because it's the same apologetic that you're like, Jonah was in a whale. And they're like, whoa. That's not science. It was a fish, okay? We're not talking a whale. Somehow that makes it better. First of all, we know giant whales exist. Why would it be a giant fish? Literally, you made your claim worse. But moving forward, yes, they'll be like, well, it wasn't a unicorn. It was I think a barakim. I'm trying to remember the exact. There's the exact phrase, a term for this mythological creature. Hashtag it doesn't exist. And once again, actually, just think about it for a minute. It backslides just like the other claim. You could duct tape a unicorn. You can picture a frickin' unicorn way easier than
That's
you
more
could this
plausible than-
mythological I don't know why they make this harder on themselves. Also, that's
Imagine a horse just evolving one horn in the middle of its head for some strange reason.
It makes sense if you really don't think about it. Sending love, Diane Smith, and sending love, Pat. Woohoo! I think I
Hey,
saw
Pat.
out there.
Pat
What
was
is
out
up,
there.
Pat Lavender? The fantastic
Indiana
archaeologist who
Jones.
is helping us talk skeptically in many subjects, like an absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. We wish more people would understand. It's a very definite maybe. But you can also look at that as well as what awesome spooky episodes of Halloween.
Check him out on
And
Biddy Buddha
check
too.
them out at youtube.com/BiddyBuddha
Learn some shit.
the fabulous, fantastic, and wonderful, and also #Tangang. But yes, sending love to Pat and also sending love to Dale Pastel. Bum, 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 bum. Thank you so very much, Dale, as we look
She
for
found her pipe.
evidence.
Hey, she found it.
That's right. It was a long and happy 420. Let's just say that. But yes, sending love as we look for a little bit of empirical evidence. That's what
Just
we
a little
hope we
bit.
find tonight. James, you think we're going to find empirical evidence tonight, or you think we're just
I'm
going
to go out on a limb and say, yes, we will. We'll have a theist come in and explain to us exactly why evolution's not true, and then we will have to admit that it's all.
And
been
then
wrong
we
all
will
along.
have to admit that.
The poof model makes way more sense than.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
The
They
poof
don't really have
just makes
anything
so
else
much more
to do.
sense.
Hmm.
No, magic.
If you believe in magic. Oh, do we? Oh, do we? And so sending so much love to Dale Pastel and Dave Gar. Woohoo! Reminding us all, well, the Earth just looks a little bit thick. Does it, James? Does it look flat to you?
The way when you squeeze it, kinda, but
Sending love. Also, sending love to
Thanks,
Dave
Dave
Gar. Sending love to Modern Day Debate and Fractionalist Network, who I will also send out love to at the end of the show, as well as his link. Because we are connecting non-believers, skeptics, people holding good conversations. We're going to keep on doing it. We'll do it even if you're a theist and you're science allied and friendly. We really don't care. Just please don't try to make society worse. That's really all we're asking for. Which is...
Pretty please.
Yeah, pretty please.
Hey, dabbing tongue.
And sending love to Skatuk, woohoo! Who reminds us, wow, this, I mean, once again, how many of our objects are really the topic tonight? Because once again, looking down on other animals, oh, what another fantastic quality. If it's not enough that they think animals were poofed into existence because they fight with evolution, but apparently it goes nothing, 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 go.
Well,
oh,
yeah.
Fantastic. That's a wonderful explanation. Oh, but God did it. No.
You either have your magic wand,
No.
or he can twinkle his nose like from Bewitched. Yeah.
Woohoo! And yeah, so once again, we're not going full PETA. I think you should respect other animals. I think you should try to, even in farms, I think you should treat them with respect and dignity.
As humanely as possible.
We just need you to come to terms with reality that when you shoot the deer did not fall from the clouds. That's all we're asking. James, don't you think that's a good minimum to ask for?
It's asking a lot, because
I guess so.
Yeah, from who we're talking about. And that's right, Farron. Checkmate, evil atheist evolutionists, no transitional fossils, no beneficial mutations.
No beneficial.
Mic drop.
Boom. Boom.
No transitional fossils, except all the ones that you have, but
isn't a fossil by definition a transitional fossil? Isn't that what a fossil is?
Well, they would say it's the same exact as all the animals we have today, Amy. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I just want to know. Just please, just show me. Give me a pile. In one pile are fossils, and one pile are transitional fossils, and we'll sort that out. We'll figure. But sending love to Scott Duke, and sending love to Regis, who reminds us
How you doing?
That we have a skeptic Bible study. It's so funny. I love that I get a surprise from theists all the time that go, "You run a Bible study?" Why, yes, we do.
Run a Bible study.
James, do we just nitpick and pick any chapters that we pick, so that we're just trying to shine the Bible in the worst light possible?
Sometimes I wish we would, but no, we don't.
No, we do not.
We painstakingly go through chapter by chapter in order.
Because that's the only claim. Because if we didn't,
verse by verse,
that's what they'd say. What we get, actually, the funniest thing that I think is the new claim that we're slowly getting is you atheists just take it too literally. You're taking it you need to understand it in the context. And if you threw out the text, you would understand what you had left. Wouldn't you understand what
or
you
not
had
literally
left?
enough.
Yeah, not literally enough.
Or somewhere in between.
Oh my. Like my sexuality. What were we talking about?
Where's Gavin to say, well, you're not using the right hermeneutics, mate. It's hermeneutics.
Oh,
that's where we go through and we can tell which verses we take literally and which verses we don't. So if a verse makes a claim that can obviously be disproved and it's disproved, well, we don't take that verse literally. If it makes a claim that we can never test, so you can never know, then we take that literally. Do you get it? Right?
Yeah. No. This passage is good. This one's good. I found one. The other stuff probably
if it makes a falsifiable claim, we don't take that literally. Because
exactly.
It wouldn't be true, and well, it's got to be true. So
also, whenever it's happy rainbow time, and like there's a hippie on a mount somewhere, giving just having a good old time and telling you to be peace and love. Exactly. You should have that. But anytime that God is like, hey, you see that interfaith couple? Well, how would you like to not
see them anymore?
Yeah, how would you like them to not exist anymore? And hey, anything that's left, have you heard of the word spoils? You're about to.
Well, yeah, like those people that live over next to you guys. Wouldn't it be nice if all their shit belonged to you?
Wouldn't it be nice if their shit belonged to you?
Well, there's an easy solution to that. Just kill them all and take all their shit. Oh,
exactly.
Good idea,
Very
God.
Simple solution.
Good idea, God.
Funny too, because it's
thou art a wise and holy God.
And can we just take a second to appreciate that it's being commanded by a God? It's not even like humans being humans as humans do. It's a God telling them
to kill people and take their shit.
What's the paraphrasing the claim or the quote? Good people being good, normal. Bad people being bad. That sounds about right. But for good people to be bad, religion. Sure. Sending love to Regis. Sending love to Rachel Holland. Woo! Sending love to Rachel Holland, the fabulous, the fantastic, and wonderful lady, reminding us that, James, once again, when you said spoils of war, you didn't mean enslave them, right? From the nations around you.
I mean, well, most of the time we're killing them, but I guess if we don't kill them and we just enslave them, isn't that better than killing them?
That's true. I mean, if you think about it, it's a works program. It's
what are we going to do?
Good slavery.
We just took all their land and all their stuff. What are they going to do? Just mope around the desert until they die? We're going to give them some work to do.
Exactly. What are they going to do? Wander for 40 years?
I mean,
that would be silly. Also, I just love... Great. It's just great when they just skip over that. Like, what happened in that 40 years? That's a lot of time if you think about it. 40 years, just like Jesus. He goes from being born to like 30. Anything happened in between then? Nothing. They claim he was perfect. I'd like to see evidence of that. 30 years.
I don't know. Got any evidence he wasn't?
Humans lived till like 35 back then on average. I'm not saying that's a long time. I'm just saying that they didn't have dentists. And so rot ended up, and lions and tigers and bears and infections. And yes. And if you weren't being burned at a stake for being called a witch or a wizard or whatever the hell. But sending love to Rachel and sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us, of course, there's the separation of church and state because, it doesn't matter if you're an atheist or theist. If you want protection for your religious views, chances are you want a secular government. And I often get asked this. They're like, well, does that mean that you want the Muslim governments to be secular? Yes. And don't think of whatever religion. If you have a religious government, I don't care if it's the Church of England. Look, the Church of England has been neutered.
I thought you were going to entropy.
Entropy. No, sending love to Jen. No, just...
She's not running a theocracy.
I get that... Exactly.
Not yet, anyway.
That the Church of England has been neutered and that religion is lame in England, basically. And there's a high amount of atheists, and it's basically a non-existent thing. Yes, but my point is, if you're asking my opinion, it should be. I'm not saying there are different levels of focus because there are some governments where being an atheist is illegal.
Right.
Or they meet Grandpa face to face. They meet our Grandpa Mick Stonerson.
They were saying when Prince Charles gets crowned king, whenever his mom dies, he'll probably die. She's gonna live forever. He'll probably end up dying before her. But he was going to take the title Defender of the Faiths instead of Defender of the Faith of the Church of England. But
hey, and I'm just glad that even though we had a lot of Puritans, because a lot of the time they try and say, well, we were founded by Puritans. Well, a lot of the lay public and settlers were Puritans, but the actual people who established our government and really anything that you like about our Constitution comes from the deists who were like,
even if they
let's try to do something, I don't know, enlightening.
Even if they were religious, they didn't impose that.
No, well, I think it was at a time where everything was being challenged, especially with science, basically the hot new market coming into fruition. And just very Benjamin Franklin was just a very science-minded person. These people, they cared about religion, but they also cared about a lot of others. So sending love to Senator Cato and sending love. I am sending I am sending love also to the producer, the fabulous Jenna. Hashtag
Thank you,
Tang
Jenna.
Gang.
That's your
Woo-hoo.
tiara.
Well, I will say they know who they are. Fantastic. I think this is actually a very me tiara. I think
Yeah.
this is very pink. I think when I imagine Jenna's style, like if I
Her
was
tiara.
interior decorating, I would imagine an accessory that would be black, purple, something that screams queen, where this is more a princess pink. But that's okay because I actually turn into Carrot Top as we pass by midnight. So as long as I am getting some form of props, I continue to not have to, I believe, throw
Evolve.
babies into volcanoes. That's what
That's
atheists
after
do.
the show. That's
Yeah,
after the show, Amy.
after the show. Exactly. But sending love to Jenna, the queen of producing over at Tang Gang. And she does, I've seen her on many awesome non-believer channels. Go check her out there at youtube.com/The Atheist Network Group. And last, but certainly not least, sending love to James Wolf.
Howling at the Moon.
Woo-ha. Reminds me of my woohoo directly comes from I used to have a lab mutt, and he used to howl, and my dad used to have basically a woo 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 woo, and so it has been shortened in my brain into a woohoo, and so it lives on. But sending love to cats, dogs, doesn't matter who you are.
Wolves.
And okay. Sending love to all of our Patreons, sending love to all of our mods, all of the people in chat. What is up? In fact, continue to tag James W. and myself at Amy Newman.
Yeah.
We'll finally start to see them and send some love. I've been seeing them. I just can't really show them up on screen until the next minute or so. But with that being said, oh my God, the interwebs. We are going to send the link into chat. So the only waiting list you will have now is to hear James and I's intros, which, yeah, I know. It could be nails on a chalkboard for a young Earth creationist, but we love you. We love you so very much.
You've got say a prayer. God will get you through it.
That is right. Amen.
Amen.
And we support opposing views. So if you agree with us and want to talk about the subject, we will allow you on. But just mind you may have to have a large box of popcorn, because what we really want are views that differ from our own. So that being said,
hold your rotting fish heads.
Oh my. Evolution denial stems from a religious belief system, or rather, the larger religious institutions. I wish I could say it was just ignorance. However, a lot of time and money is spent into putting theology into biology. And often, the classroom, they created their own terms, like creationism, when they lost in courtrooms. They came back with a second PR term, intelligent design, a combination of words that would make George Carlin projectile vomit. You know, because creationism has too much Jesus juice. Right there in the name. But you want to be intelligent, don't you? What are your feelings on design? Who doesn't love graphic design? You get it. Intelligent design. Sounds like it was made in a lab. You can hardly tell that most of these people think the world is 6,000 years old. Or that a man talked to a snake. Or that a man talked with a burning bush. Or that a man lived to be 600 years old. Then built the largest boat ever and proceeded to collect 2 of every animal before everyone else could drown a horrible death. You know, science. Or at least this is the replacement they want instead of evolution, which is currently the backbone of modern biology. That genes randomly mutate and that the environment naturally selects for them. My most common example is a green and blue butterfly vying for space in a green forest. Both of these colors are mutations. Neither one physiologically harmful or beneficial. However, one by one, the blue butterflies have a higher chance to get eaten by predators, and the natural camouflage of the green butterfly helps it to survive and pass on their genes, which is what evolution is all about. Because survival of the fittest doesn't mean how strong or even how smart one is. Those could be factors. However, once again, all that matters is passing on genes, bumping uglies. In fact, evolution works through generations, slowly but surely within populations of organisms, though you can say evolution in the short term. You can see evolution in the short term too. Like when a virus mutates into something that we must protect against. Or each and every time someone looks across the street and decides not to be a victim of natural selection. So when I talk about evolution denial, I talk about those who start with the presupposition that evolution can't be right because their God is king. Yet evolution being a fact and a deity are not in conflict. The vast majority of theists have their religious views in one box and their scientific views in the other. Atheist and theist alike should come together to convince those who don't understand what evolution is that just like the germ theory of disease and the theory of gravity, the theories are not something scary, just a framework of testable facts. Thank you. Woohoo! And all right. What is up, James? And are you ready to evolve into some fun?
I don't have a choice because I'm a biological organism. So, of course, we evolve. That's all we can do.
Me.
And yeah, so we discussed this topic the other day when we took a look at a video that a Christian pastor had put out trying to deny evolution. And in that video, I said that I think that while, of course, as Amy pointed out, God and evolution are not mutually exclusive. You can believe in both, and there are millions and millions of people who do. They keep their religion in one box and their science in another box. But the people who deny evolution, they've come to the conclusion that, or the realization that, they actually don't have very much evidence at all for this God. They don't have anything to show. So their basic claim is that, well, you guys don't have any explanation for life, so therefore it has to be magical. If it has to be magical, then by definition, there has to be a God, right? If it's a creation and there's no natural explanation for it, then there needs to be a creator. And that's basically the crux of their argument. A creation needs a creator, things are created, therefore God. And probably the most incredulous thing about it, the most difficult thing for people to grasp why this eluded humanity for so long, is that the change is so gradual. So over the entire course of human history, about 250 generations, we haven't seen a lots of macroscopic change in the animals. The animals are basically the same throughout that period of time. And although we do see evolution happening, we don't see large-scale changes taking place. Well, of course, we just don't have enough time. Just imagine 100,000 years, which would be like 10 times longer than all of recorded human history. Imagine 1,000,000 years. And that's why I'd like to point out, imagine Lucy. Look at Lucy, Australopithecus afarensis, that lived 128,000 generations ago. All of human history, 250 generations recorded history. Australopithecus afarensis, 128,000 generations. And you can even look at that, the afarensis, and you can see that it has lots of similarities between us. You're not talking about going from bacteria to that in 128,000 generations. You're talking about going from something that is probably 90% of the way to humans. And that still took an incredibly long time. And at no point during that period were there large-scale changes from one generation to the next. I think the best example that you can give many examples, but I think the most concise and easy to understand example is how languages evolve, and how we know that Italian, for instance, evolved from Latin. There was no one day where everybody was speaking Latin and the next day everybody spoke Italian. It very gradually changed over the years. And if you took a writing sample from every single day during that period, there would never be a day where there was radical change from one day to the next. It would be very tiny changes over time, adding up to produce large changes. Like if you looked at something written in English from 100 years ago, some of the words might look a little funny, but you'd be able to understand very easily what they're saying. You looked at something maybe 500 years ago, well, you would have a great deal of difficulty in some places, but you could probably kind of get the gist of what they were saying. But if you looked at English from 1,000 years ago, you would understand almost none of it. It would be so foreign to you, it might as well be Chinese. And that's how evolution happens. You can get tiny changes in the short term accumulating to long-term large changes. And that's exactly what we see in biology. We see small changes from generations being selected by the environment, adding up to very large changes over the large scale. But it happens slower than the grass grows, so you'll never notice it sitting there and looking at it. But unfortunately for the creationists, we don't have to just say, well, we can't see it, therefore it's a religious belief, because we're able to look at evidence that we see in the natural world, and we're able to make reasonable, logical inferences. We're able to look at the animals we find in the dirt, look at the fossils that we find and say, well, some of them kind of look like animals we have today, but there's a lot of them that look nothing like animals we see today. It doesn't make sense that all these animals were living all at one time on the earth, especially considering very few animals fossilized. What were the animals stacked on top of each other a mile high? You want all these animals all on the earth all at the same time? No. But the problem is we don't have a lot of these animals today. We know that animals don't change that rapidly. And this is what always gets me is they have to accept that species change, because otherwise they'd have a problem with Noah's Ark. Because if they had to have millions of species on the ark, there would be no way to make that work. So they need animals to change, so that Noah only had to bring maybe 15 to 20,000 animals, which still no family of 8 people could care for. But be that as it may, it's a lot easier. It makes more sense than millions of animals. But then they have to account for the diversity of life we have today. So, of course, they have a problem, and they don't really address it. Ken Hovind doesn't address it. He just says, well, that's not a problem for us. You think we came from a rock, which we don't. But, he's still not even addressing it. And
Grandpa.
Yeah. You'll get things like, well, 2 generic cats got off of Noah's Ark, the big cats, and they diversified into the big cats we have today, no problem. That's 4,400 years ago, roughly. Except we have depictions of the big cats from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. We know that they looked pretty much like they look today. They had tigers in the ancient world. They had lions. They had leopards. They had jaguars.
Oh my.
Yeah. So what they'd actually be proposing is, well, these animals got off, and then within a few generations, they very rapidly evolved to speciate out within maybe 100 years. And then God just came in and put it back to a snail's pace, so it happens so slowly anymore that you don't have rapid speciation like you had back then, which I don't think that makes any sense. I think they have to invoke magic at numerous stages of it, but they're not afraid to do that. Anytime they reach something that they don't have an answer for, they're ready and willing, and they almost relish getting to invoke magic, and they do. But that's not scientific. It's not science. It's mythology, and that's really what we're dealing with here: is reality versus mythology, science versus mythology. And as Arn Ross said, if you're unable to understand such a well-supported and obviously true scientific theory like evolution, it doesn't mean that the theory is what's dumb. Thank you.
Woo-hoo!
The
Thank
theory
you
is not
so
the dumb
very
one in that equation.
Well, yeah, they never seem to want to also present their own model. They take pot shots at quote unquote theories, but they're actually testable frameworks.
It's like the flat earthers. They try to poke holes in the globe model, in reality, things they don't understand and distort, and then but of course they all shut down anytime they've even attempted to put forth the model. It immediately gets torn to shreds, and they just end up walking away pouting and say, well, we don't have to have a model to prove yours is wrong, which would be true, except they're doing a really bad job proving reality is wrong.
And I just want to send love out there. Even though I see he's disagreeing with us, I know that Brett had a stream out there tonight.
Brett?
Just everyone is streaming at once. Same with Fractionless Network. So sending love out to the interwebs. I was out all day today, and then I came back home, and then I got ready for this, and then woo! But I'm sending love because I am going to go on all of their channels, and I'll be on there later. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, before we get on our first caller, and I do want to send that link back into chat. We will give you priority.
Come on,
if
Brett.
you disagree with us, come one, come all. That's what he, she, or they said right there. Right there.
Very happy sunflower berry. Doing what we love, sunflower. It's the best day. It's the best day in the world.
And this is actually a lot of fun. I swear, you can get burned out on, I would say, kind of the debatosphere, the intellectual back and forth. But I feel like the way that we do it in good bite-sized chunks, it's actually enjoyable. I don't know. Sending love out there.
Never work a day in your life.
That's right, baby. And all because of viewers like you. We got more content incoming. We just had a successful debate, and I think we're going to do more debates. So we're looking, especially for theists out there, we will do a matchmaker, make me a match. We will, with a skeptic or non-believer out there.
All right.
Oh my. But yes, part of the reason that I brought this topic is I was on a channel the other day, and I'm sending love. I was having conversations, and we couldn't get to consciousness. Like, because they would not accept the premise of evolution. And so because they kept on being like, well, where does non-life, not even abiogenesis, so like, where does something unconscious become conscious? I think that science can answer that. I think there's clear signs of where conscious organisms that are walking around came into being, and we have an entire geological columns from where they didn't. But we couldn't get there. We could not get off evolution. And one of their main premises, and it hurts me because this gentleman sounded like a rational, intelligent being. I don't believe that this is what they were using with this argument. Nonetheless, I don't want to degrade who they are as people. But yes, their argument nonetheless was, well, Amy, James, you skeptics out there, and all you non-believers who apparently accept the scientific model of evolution on
reality,
quote-unquote empirical evidence, have you personally ever seen an organism that looks like a fish evolve into an organism that looks like a human in your lifetime? To which my emphatic answer was no, magic does not exist, because that's what you are explaining. Pew, 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 pew. Like, evolution doesn't say that a frog is going to just grow wings tomorrow. It is a generational thing, though mutations and speciations happen all the time. And so it just, that conversation sparked another dialogue, us having to do this topic 2 days in a row and shill for it. And there we go. So I have to do 2 shills.
Keep shilling over, shill away.
Well, just, I have to shill for the opposing view. Because he was very nice. I just love it. I can't help it. Praise for all the hate that he sometimes takes his way, and for all the, I guess he's not having a good time with Gavin. Let's just say they're having their spiritual warfare. You know,
oh boy,
he got flack from Darth Dawkins for even having the debate with me. So I'm sending love to Praise I Am That I Am for even having that debate with Gavin, whether, I mean, whatever his views on him may be. Gavin, have you been a naughty boy? Oh, I'll let you guys handle that. But yes, sending love. I'm trying to find his name in chat. I keep on seeing. Oh, that's because I'm looking for Brett when it's like God Talk TV radio.
I saw him a while ago. I haven't seen him.
Was it a while ago? Oh, okay. Well, go check out him, and then go check out Fractionalist Network, who is in chat. In fact, I have to do our emphatic. We need to get him to 100. Let's get him, and he's close. Woo! Gizmo, look how happy he is. He's like, get Factionalist Network to his 100. Let's get him this fancy title up there, and so we can have more awesome conversations and more awesome after shows, which I am going to join. I am going to find a time slot and join. So sending love out there.
Well, that's like when Ken Hovind says, like, oh, well, they've been breeding horses for hundreds of years to try to get faster, and they've only gotten the time for the Kentucky Derby down by like a little bit. All that money put in, like, there's a limit in there somewhere. Like why don't they just get the horse to evolve wings and fly around the track? And they think that's a witty retort to evolution.
Well, like I said, this gentleman thought that poof fish. They really do think that. I guess. Well, I can't say all of them. Who knows what misconceptions? But it really is a straw man. Speaking of which, sending love, Bubble.
All they have is
we're about to go into our first call. Feel free to be our second.
Creation denied.
We are looking for people who disagree with us.
We're denying creation. Are we denying creation?
But keep on sending in and tagging us, James W. and myself at Amy Newman. Woo-hoo!
Thanks,
and we are moving into our first call. We are calling Be Skeptical on evolution denial. I get the feeling, James, the spice may be real, and he who controls the spice controls the universe.
All right, do it.
Woo-hoo! What is up, Wesley? I hope you are having a fantastic evening. We are having some fun. Thank you for calling us in. We're talking about evolution denial. How are you doing? And what are your thoughts about the subject? And I get the feeling it's going to be about theology, but I mean, hey, that's almost, I don't know, let's see.
Thanks for having me on, Amy. It's really nice of you to do that for me. First, here's what terms really are. Magic means watching TV. Okay, that's what magic is. Evolution did not happen. And I'm going to say now, Jesus, would you please show everybody on earth a vision, and only the part where the animals got on Noah's ark that he built, not the building of it, not them coming off of it, but only the part where they got on the ark, and show them this thing one time now. See, I'm not going to do this using scripture because you don't believe scripture. So it's going to be done that way.
How would you be able to convince us?
So that's the proof I have.
You're saying we're going to have a vision.
I think you said you already had it, Amy.
We already had it?
I think you already had it, yeah.
But
In a moment's time, and it seemed like many days in a moment. Now that's blend. That's not mix. That's blend.
What's not mix, not blend? That sounds like how I like my coffee.
Mix is like a night that I was paralyzed by an electricity, a fire from heaven that told my mind, I shall turn and toss you violently like a ball. And that was mix.
Trying to point to the earth, ball.
And that is a trick with electricity, that little thing that the devil, a la the lunatic Lucifer, does. It's just a trick.
Wait, can I just pause you for 1 second?
Oh, boy.
Because I really did. You did say TV was magic, and I thought...
Watching too much TV is magic. That's what magic is.
Can I ask what your definition of magic is?
Watching too much television.
I mean...
It's not...
I think you and I have different definitions of magic.
That is true. This is the definition from Jesus.
Wait,
watching too much TV is magic.
You are telling me that Jesus predicted television and said that watching too much of it.
Come on. Jesus created quantum physics in an infinite space above our heads. We're a very small little story in an infinite space. So, yes. He didn't only
Jesus created quantum physics?
Well, I have problems. Why did Jesus create coca leaves? You know, I don't like that. But you know,
why did he create what?
I was gonna go with.
Why did Jesus create marijuana and then come and say?
Oh, I thought he said. Why did Jesus create marijuana? Just to torment me.
Marijuana. Those are sorcery. That's what. It's not what the movies and writers and people that do drugs
pot is sorcery.
Using drugs without a doctor's prescription, Jesus says, is sorcery. Yes. I'm talking about Jesus. It's a very dark olive skin, like a Greek olive. His skin is very dark olive. It's not a Caucasian.
We heard someone else saying
I'm not talking about any Caucasian.
White skin.
That's true. We've heard someone say he was 6'4", built, and blue eyes.
Yeah.
You're saying she did not talk to the real Jesus?
I talk at him quite often. He doesn't talk with me that much. Rarely he says something.
Ooh, that much?
Rarely. And whenever I read the Bible, he speaks to. Whatever words are in that word were written by him.
Can I just say
that's the only way I hear from it.
Well, I see. I thought it would go to theology. That is my.
I'll back off. Let me back off from the theology.
Can I tell you something?
No.
But can I tell you something? When you say you'll back off theology, I think that if we could convince you that, unfortunately, I don't think it's a dichotomy, but I think if we convince you that there was no God, you'd accept almost all mainstream science. That really is my belief. I believe you'd be like, you know what? Evolution is true. The Big Bang is real. The world is 4.5 billion years old and round.
Yeah, science. Yeah. See,
He said that like Bill
You have-
Lumber from
Yeah,
Office
yeah,
Space.
science.
Like,
yeah.
it's fun, but the
right,
amount of science,
science.
man, the amount of science that mankind now knows in any comparison to what will be revealed after a person believing in Jesus goes to heaven, and after anyone goes to heaven, the amount of knowledge up there will make what we know here on earth seem like 1,000th of a millionth of a percent of what can be.
But we
That
just
kind
have
of
to work
ratio.
with what we know now, right? We can't work
Well,
on
I mean, what kind of
the
science
idea
do you
that we
have that
will
could
know
show
all this.
you? What kind of science do you have that could show you in your mind peacefully and gently those days of Noah's Ark like that? What science? You don't have a science
But
that can do that. So
but
you say it's magic.
But see, the reason that we use Noah's Ark as an example is because we view it as a very silly story. We don't, it's hard for us to understand because it was a 600-year-old guy who built a boat
for
with
global
just his
flood.
family for a
We know
global
didn't
flood
happen.
that like it do you understand why we struggle to accept the Noah story?
Well, no, I don't understand why it's. I'm a teacher.
Okay.
I can just give you the fact. What you do
I
with
like
it
to
is
think
your
I am
choice.
too.
It's your choice to do with it whatever you choose. I'm not going to say you're right or wrong. I don't want to say that you're right or wrong. But I can just give you fact, and then you take it from there. Then it's your story.
Can I
Jesus,
ask
would you show everybody the day that Samson crashed the party?
But we don't think Samson ever existed. That's the thing.
I know.
And wait,
Go
let's
figure.
give it a test. Wait, Jesus, add Samson.
Which is actually, like, if you really look at it, one of the most ridiculous stories in the Bible. Like, you would struggle to write a more ridiculous story than the story of Samson. I got to tell you.
Yeah, she must have
Wait
been
till
a
we
real
get
good
there.
looker to turn him on that much. And he was afflicted with that thing that told you, I shall turn and toss you violently like a ball. And that's why he revealed his secret about his hair and how it got chopped off and he lost his strength and then it grew back and then he crashed the party.
Can I ask you, Wesley, does that
Sure.
sound closer to a scientific or a mythological story?
Well, part of the problem is putting your faith in a science. I don't want to dogma you. That's part of the problem.
Hey, and I think I could speak for James and I both. We don't have good views on faith. And I do want to say, because I see some theists saying in chat, I don't think we ever try to punch down. We don't attack people. We do tease and go after views, though. It is a little bit of the spice. And so
we try not to be mean-spirited.
Saying science these days is very fashionable. It's as fashionable as disco dancing was when I was your age.
Can I tell you why that's wrong? And I get this from Ricky Gervais.
Why is it right? Why is it wrong?
I'll tell you why. Why it's not a fad. That's why. That's just what I'm saying. Because I think that's your point. You're saying it's in, it's out. It's going to go out one day. It's in right now. I'll tell you why that's not true. So,
well, let's put your science to you this way then. You have a camera.
I'm coming back to
You
that.
have a lens, and you have a DSLR.
He's not gonna let you off the hook, though.
Oh no, but I'm listening.
You have a photoreceptor, and you take a picture, and you're looking right at an angel that's standing next to you, and you can't get him on your camera because your sophisticated science is not that sophisticated yet.
Or the angel is not that powerful.
Or, so there.
I'm just saying, God is all powerful, accepted. Like, there's a big asterisk there. It's like, but he can't do this and this and this and this and this and this and this.
And they don't seem to have offended you being there because they come in peace.
Did you say they come in peace? I didn't hear the end.
To you, they do. To me, they're an annoyance, but to you, they do.
Well, I mean, I'm friendly to anybody I like to think I give what I get back, and then even when I'm getting crap back, if I can cool myself down, I can even give better than what
It's
people
hard.
give.
It's hard,
Hashtag.
though.
Yes, it is hard.
No,
Can I?
I suppose it's just too embarrassing for everybody to say they see the angels. It's just too embarrassing for them to say, yeah.
Can I tell you something?
I'm listening.
I find angels, and I have to go back. I'll go back to my Ricky Gervais point in a second. But I find angels fascinating, I find angels fascinating because they are this. Are they human? Are they not? Because how did they come from? Did they give birth to giants? I'm very interested in the mechanics because it's very few and far between. And yet angels pop up in a lot of the Abrahamic religions. If you don't believe in angels, you can't believe that the Quran was given to Muhammad, which I didn't know, by the way. I find that to be such a funny claim. Just that it. I used to think it was like, well, how was the miracle? He got it all written down. No, they think an angel gave it to him. Angels, ladies and gentlemen.
They are
Not Chris
they're
Angel.
vastly so much more intelligent than us that you can see years of time in your mind and comprehend it, and it happens in a moment, but it's like years that your mind is capable of doing. That should give you a description, a definition of what your mind is capable of, that it is not yet allowed to do.
Do you? Can I ask?
So science is great and it's awesome, and you think we got science now? You haven't seen it.
See, you say, okay, that's good. Hold on. You say science now. Hold on. One more
Awesome.
sponsor by
Great.
Sugar Water.
And if y'all do what I tell you to do, you could be designing a car that goes from coast to coast at 300 miles per hour on one electric charge, and only takes you 30 minutes to charge the battery.
Well, is that an analogy, or are you actually giving out suggestions in which you can maximize a car's output?
That's the max.
I'll take it. Hey, I just want to bring you up a point, though.
Television.
Okay. On why science is not a fad. Science is not a fad. Quote Ricky Gervais. The great thing about science is that you could take every science textbook, rile them up, and burn them. One by one, we would rediscover all of the scientific facts that were in those books, and they would be exactly the same. It doesn't matter.
Pretty much. I'd say that's a good estimate.
That's why science.
But as far as books, in the whole scheme of science, it's probably like one or two little punctuation marks on one page of a zillion page science.
Can I ask you another question? What is the latest contribution to society, philosophy, science? What is the most that you think religion does? Like, that's too broad a question.
Okay, no, it's not. Religion is, for the most part, today, guided by what are known as similitude. Now, what a similitude is to confound you.
The Loki god.
What do you religion? Right now, it's blinding everybody. It's no pulpit, no minister is teaching that they saw Jesus Christ 7 times. And so I don't, after going to 4 or 5 churches a day, every day on Sunday, going to 4 or 5 churches in Chicago and being thrown out of some of them, after doing that over and 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 over again, I never found one minister that would say, yeah, I saw Jesus Christ. The only person I ever saw that actually said that was in a sports pub at Wrigley Field on August 25th, 2005. That guy I trust, but I just cannot trust
implicitly
a minister that would stare me in the face and claim to be talking from the Holy Spirit of Jesus when the very Holy Spirit of Jesus appeared to him and said, tell the vision. Not the Holy Spirit gas imagination, electrified field theory Jesus, the real man, the white robe, the dark olive skin, the long black hair, and if you must, the Beatles with
John Lennon.
That's the Holy Spirit of Jesus.
My sweet Lord.
When that speaks, that's the Holy Spirit of Jesus speaking.
I have another question.
These ministers are talking.
What's up, Mark?
Well,
but I just want to say one thing to Fecknell. I disagree. Like, if you burned a physics book, we would rediscover the speed of light, and the speed of light would still be the same.
Right now, there are only 144,001 people on Earth that will disagree with you, and everyone else, 12 billion plus people, will agree with you and disagree with me.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, Wesely.
7 billion people in the world.
I hope that happens.
Is that what you heard? The new population is 7 billion. I read somewhere over 12 billion.
But no
maybe
offense,
you're looking at future projections.
Like Wesely, I know you find that as like prophecy fulfillment, but what you're saying, if you're basically saying that everyone is eventually going to be non-believers or not believers in the true faith or whatever, it's kind of, we're like, yes, please stop believing in religion.
Please
stop believing in prophets and these notions that you can talk to a god. And
well, people sit around and have a magic card party discussing the Lord of the Rings and discussing the magic of the Eldaron system and all of those kinds of things. But if I tell them in the real world, in the Bible, there are people put on earth in more than one body at the same time. And they might be over there a bank accountant, and over there a Hollywood movie star, and over there a homeless heroin shooting addict committing rape.
But
and
Wesely,
there's the same angel on the earth in the flesh.
But you have to understand.
That's the real McCoy. And that people, I don't think they're really ready for it.
But can you appreciate? Can you at least appreciate from our position? It's not an insult when we say this. We do believe that the Lord of the Rings and the Bible are both telling fictional narratives.
I think the Lord of the Rings is what the Bible calls black visage. What black visage is when angels come to the earth and they're set about with
you're going to give the Prince song.
A black shadow, a strange apparel. And they write these wonderful stories and they get the best jobs and they get the fame and the acclaim, and their stories are passed from people to people. And I love them. I love the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit. And then as I'm reading those, it's almost like I'm always finding little similarities here and there between the Lord of the Rings and something biblical. And it's like, wow, Lord of the Rings, just a little bit. Well, what that is biblically called the black visage or the dark visage.
But basically, aren't you saying it's evil when you're saying...
is it evil for a mother to tell her kid a bedtime story? No. Is it evil to continue being childish with those kinds of things as we get older? You can find better things to do. But I'm with you. I'm a Harry Potter-ophile. I'll sit down 5 times this year and watch all 8 films and eat popcorn and drink diet soda straight through. I love that. So I'm totally there.
Thank you.
It's
Beamsy.
childish. It's wrong. It's evil. Let me not
I
say
haven't
it's
watched
evil for you to
any
do it.
Harry Potter movie
It's
in
evil
my
for
whole
me.
life. So
Really?
I'm not gonna say-
Well, you haven't watched any of the Marvel films recently
I
either.
won't say any. I've watched some of them. I'm just not a fan.
I'm trying. I'm gonna put politics aside because I wish I
Convert
could
me.
talk with J.K. Rowling. I feel like I could solve those politics. I feel like it's just that we'll
Yeah,
put that
well,
aside for a second. I like the
I've watched you
wizarding
so
world.
much that just today on the bus, I saw a 72-year-old lady who was Hermione herself, but she looked ragged.
Yeah. Okay, I guess.
And hopefully, once again, no one cares when you talk about your book. So I'm going to put that asterisk on there. But I would like to do for Angels
Well, that's
what
just a landing page
J.K.
of the book
Rowling did
today.
for Wizardry. I have a version. I know I've been saying that. I've almost done the freaking outline, but it's a fantastic world.
Has
Well,
anyone
I have a
ever
question
thought you
for-
were an angel in real life, Amy?
I have a question
Oh,
for
my.
you.
Only after they buy me a few drinks. What?
I have
Sure.
a question
Oh,
for
and
you.
always, I will say, sometimes don't feel like we're ever just passing the ball to you. Feel free to pass the ball to us.
We will actually
right.
answer questions.
A nuclear bomb's going to go off over my head, and it's not going to harm me. A nuclear bomb is going to go off and kill everybody around me, but I'm not going to be harmed. I fly through the air to a large country, and when I land, Satan, the Antichrist, will have been thrown or cast out of heaven onto the earth in the body of one man. He'll appear just like that, like just this. He'll be standing there, a lunatic, total lunatic.
Total lunatic.
And I'm going to be the first one on earth.
He needs to seek therapy. That's what
I get to be the
Satan.
first one to meet Damien.
To meet Amy?
Anyway,
You're
I
the
was
first
thinking
one.
about-
I'm sorry. You were the first one to
question
meet.
The question is, should I sing Mr. Blue Sky from ELO, or would that be product endorsement?
Can I just ask? Are you
Walk in
saying at after the nuclear apocalypse, when Satan
When it begins.
reigns supreme, and you are with these 100,000 leftovers select that is
the first day,
with God?
I'm sorry.
Really, should you sing Blue Sky? Is that the question?
The first day of the apocalypse. The first
I just
day
want to make sure I'm still
of the
there.
7
I think that was the
years,
question.
I meet Satan and I tell him the vision and he murders me. And Jesus says, come up, I like him. And that's me. And I go to heaven. And then after that, more some bad and some
I like a
things.
story
So
where you
then
die and then it starts. That's always
So the last third of the story doesn't really start till then. But before then, I get to be the first one to meet the Antichrist, the bad guy, the head of the beast, the dragon. I don't know. Wherever I'm put back down on earth, and I'm going to have a twisted leg. Jesus is going to turn and toss me violently like a ball into a large country. There I shall die.
I thought that was Satan.
No, Satan perverted the word of Jesus.
Can I ask? And once again, I know we're going to
Satan left out the part into a large country. There thou shalt die.
So to answer your question, yes, you should. But to go further into that,
so Mr. Blue Sky's a go.
Yes.
Right.
But to probe that a little bit does the Antichrist? Yeah, I know. Oh my! Does the Antichrist have to be fully evil? Like, is he all evil, or does he like puppies? Does he donate charity once a week, but then he also reigns hell and supreme and wants to destroy the earth?
Does he play poker online?
Exactly.
He is only evil.
I mean,
he comes to kill and destroy everyone. That's his goal. He hates.
It's a little 3D, or
But
should I say
he's
2D?
from
I'm sorry, a
Satan,
little 2D.
It's not the most evil. It's not. He's really, really evil. It's
the most evil.
Now you can
He's
say
just
that
walking around doing evil.
How many different ways can you say only evil? You can say, he's only evil. He's only evil. You could also say it, He's only
evil.
Any way you want to say it is what it is. But if you don't
Do
say
you know
it,
who it is right now?
If
It's
he
Bruno
gives
Mars,
$1 to
isn't it?
charity,
It's the
that would
Antichrist.
just
It's
ruin
not
it.
Bruno Mars. Damn it!
Damn it.
you up there, no, I do not know who he is yet. I won't. I'll meet him that day, then I'll know who he is. And then he won't be revealed for 3.5 years when I meet him again. Jesus, show everybody when I meet him again.
Can I ask you, Wesely?
Wait, I gotta quit being so damn arrogantly ordering. Jesus, would you please show everybody the 3.5 years when I meet the head of the beast again? Amen. Okay, so that's what's going to happen. See, his face is kind of blurred out. You can't see what he looks like. He's not to be revealed until that day.
So, was there ever a time when you were not religious, Wesely? Or you didn't believe in a God?
Yeah, when I was in an alley in Chicago smoking crack, masturbating,
Don't give us the full details. Don't give us the full
fantasizing
details.
I was fucking
Monetization. We like monetization. But no, okay. So I take your example, though. I get where it's a version of the Aristocrats.
Remember the story. It's scarred my mind.
Which I tell you, sending love to just Gilbert Godfrey, who is he's roasting in hell, yes, but he signed a 1 billion-year contract with our show,
with us,
which yes, only because it was decided that would be worse than where he is right now. So thank you, Gilbert. We appreciate that. So there was a time. Can I ask you? Okay, let's continue forward from that. Was it just one or two things that? And actually, can I ask? In this time, did you believe in evolution? Let's just, for the sake of the topic.
No, never. No, I never believed in evolution.
You never believed in evolution. Were you taught it in school?
Yes.
What did you think about it when you were taught it in school?
Better pass this test. Try to get an A on the test, answer it the way they wanted to hear it, but I never believed it.
But so did you just think it was stupid, but you just like
imagination? I just thought, I did think it was a waste of time. It was very imaginative. It was, none of it was true. And a lot of people were putting a lot of resources and time and thought and their own personal creativity into propelling the myth, the imagination, the fantasy of evolution. And it caught on.
You were an atheist, right?
No, I was an antichrist, Satan incarnate in an alley, whacking off while smoking.
And look, we don't kink shame anybody. Do whatever you want, I would say, as long as you're on your private property.
So don't even try to be as evil as I was. You'll never get there.
Oh, we wouldn't even try.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I heart you, Wesely. Although that's against what I would imagine what our advertisers want us to say. There's way worse things. Like on the scale of worse things. I'm not saying that you should do any of what you just said. Yeah, exactly. As long as you're allowed on Chuck E. Cheese grounds.
As long as I can remember, I've always known that Jesus is God and that everything in the Bible, the King James Version, only in English, only the King James Version is the Bible.
That's what we have
right here. I just knew in my heart that every word of it was the literal and spiritual truth. And as I've learned more and more, I realize how bad of a person I really am, how far away from being able to give love for evil that he does. I'm not as capable of doing that. You know?
But I very much dislike the notion Christianity has this built-in, you are wrong and evil, you're born a sinner. I really dislike this notion. I think, Wesely, for how much we're joking.
Well, in a way, I am still one of those people in the pit in the vision, like a guy missing half his brains. That pit, for not reading the Bible every day. That's still me. I don't know that. So I'm still somewhat that person in that pit. So You know, guy missing half his brain and looking up into his bald head for his own answers instead of from the Bible. And
Can
you know,
I?
in
Well,
many ways, I am still that person.
speaking of adjacent to that, is truth your guiding light? Would you say that's you try to believe in as many true things as few false things as possible?
Jesus gave me a mother that hated lies. And I learned that from that, I learned to not lie, to try not to lie to myself and try to never lie to another person, even if it would get me in trouble to tell the truth. It would be better for me to tell the truth. So I would say that is one of the biggest building blocks I was ever given. And Jesus gave that to my mom in his mysterious
Sounds like you're saying yes. Okay.
Yeah. So telling lies is always a bad no-no for me. And not being judgmental about those that I know are outright lying is a real stumbling block for me. I've had people that have done some terrible things to me that I don't even want to mention them again. And I still haven't found it completely in my heart to forgive them of those things. Really wicked stuff. But then I say, you know, I've done some pretty bad things in my life too. So maybe they're going through something like I was.
I think we've all done things we regret.
Everybody
think
has.
the only point I'd make on that is I don't think that you get redemption from a god or a prophet. I think you get it from making it up to whoever person that you disrespected, wronged.
That's not my area of
Sometimes
expertise.
that's not possible, and you just have to make a conscious decision to be better in the future.
What is
I can't save anybody.
Hey, Bino.
Only if Jesus decides that you're going to be saved, you're going to be saved. If he says you're not going to be saved, you're not going to be saved. It's that. That's what it is. It's up to him.
What is up, Haley?
It's the
What is
reality.
up, Assembly of God and DeFreak and Stephanie and everyone out there?
Oh boy, what a treat! for
But
you
one
guys
thing I
tonight.
can tell you this: natural men born on earth that
And
never say Jesus is God, that are never baptized, that worship Allah, that cut off people's heads, that scar women's flesh, that would kill anybody that even mentioned Jesus' name. Natural men born on earth that do those kinds of things, that worship Buddha, that worship Krishna, that never say Jesus is God and never believe in his ways. After they die, Jesus is going to take them to heaven.
do you believe that hell is eternal?
No, hell is 7 years.
7 years. It's like a works program. We keep on going back.
Hell on earth. The fire, the lake of fire in the descriptions of hell is the nuclear bombs going off.
Can I tell you,
There's
forgive
gonna be a
me,
lot.
but anytime you just say nuclear bombs and then like other beings, my head just goes to Scientology. I'm like, oh Lord. And I understand.
You stop saying volcanoes now.
Yeah, I know. That would be silly, James. Volcanoes.
Nuclear bombs and volcanoes.
But Wesely, and we'll go for a little bit longer. This has actually been a fun conversation. Enjoying the back and forth. What would it take to convince you that evolution is true?
Let's see, $500 worth of crack cocaine.
Oh my goddess! Come on! I think you're being silly.
And
You're being
15
silly.
wicked Las Vegas pole dancers ready to do my will.
Oh come on! You're
Then I'll
saying
tell you.
sex,
Then I'll
drugs,
say.
and rock
Then
and
I'll
roll.
say.
So edgy, so edgy.
You want to know my price? There it is. Oh, yeah, you got to add in 150 grand with it. No, it'll never happen. You know, it's just it's impossible for me to convince me of it. And being now that I know that I'm supposed to be this thing that I didn't want to be, this person in the Bible, I am learning slowly to be really cautious about what I say, especially when I tell you from the bottom of my heart that I've seen Jesus Christ and he does wear a Beatles wig. And I don't want you to forget that
George
for
Harrison.
1 minute.
Can I just tell you something? The notion
if I'm supposed to be an example for anybody ever, I can't say that evolution ever happened. I just can't. I'd be lying to you. And I don't, as a teacher, I cannot lie to you. It will be so wrong. It will be the worst thing I could ever do, would be to lie.
But Wesely, I feel the exact same way. Please, I would not lie to you. Evolution is a fact. Would not lie to you. But yes, I don't know. It sounds like what you're saying is you would have to really take me back to my past brain, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and then finally you said impossible. And so what if I were to tell you, and I actually think you may just brush this off because you're going to say this is chosen people, so that may be fine. But what if I told you there was nothing that could convince me a God exists?
Well, then I would say, son, you're going to be spanked. Now, I'm not going to spank you in anger. I'm not going to spank you right now with an angry, violent fist. But I'm going to tell you, son, you're going to have to go to your room.
Yes, Daddy. What are we talking about?
You're going to have to sit there and think about the spanking before I come and spank you. But this time the spanking's not going to be when you pull down your pants and I just lightly sting your fanny with a hairbrush. This time the spanking is going to be 32 Chinese submarines coming to America to destroy it. A nuclear bomb set off in Chicago first, 4 Russian subs nuking DC, New York, and wherever I happen to be. The spanking is going to be an omni tattoo that if you don't take it, they'll kill you.
Our 5G chips.
And if you do, you get a skin disease and you die with everyone.
Can I just tell you, Wesely?
On the same day I turned for Jesus, Mecca to dust and destroy all.
Can I just tell you, Wesely? I just want to interrupt you.
I think it's not going to be just a little tap on the butt that stings and makes you cry.
Oh,
it's going to be nuclear bombs.
It'll be Lord Zeno.
Now, I'm not going to do it to you in anger, but
she's been very naughty, Wesely. She's been so naughty.
Get your dog an orthodontist.
But I will say, Wesely, I find it very odd that I can't think of anything, any way that we could get a device that would track us. Like something that we would just hold and like we would just take around us, always on us, never have it. Just doesn't come to my mind.
It's a brand. It's a brand. The cowboys in Texas burn into the skin of the cows to show their ranch, the Lazy Cow Ranch. It's a brand, a laser print.
Double D's ranch. Yeah.
Burning in the smell of burnt flesh.
Can I ask?
Not white, heavy, omni on their foreheads. The mark of the beast, the 666.
Okay, I was gonna say Apple or Android, but that works too.
Yeah, $32,000 for you. Come on down to Costco, bring in Omni. We have new supplements just brought into us by the Chinese local military guard. Don't mind the smell or the taste, and don't mind, you can't particularly find out where your children are at this time.
That's right,
for real. For real. It's going to be bad.
For realsies. But I just want to say,
I don't want it to happen. I'm tired of the headache.
So, and we are about to wrap up. I will say thank you on the call to be continued more. And I'll let you say your final piece in a second, Wesely. Thank you for doing the back and forth with us. But I just want to reiterate, I want to give you one more chance at it because I thought that I gave you rope.
You did.
Metaphorically, and that it wasn't jump rope that you did. Like I was trying to illustrate.
She gave it to you.
My example
what you do with it is up to you.
Well, my example was to illustrate that I think it's closed-minded to just hold something to 100%. Not that you are a closed-minded person, just that by saying that you're not 99.9% sure that evolution is true, not even being open to the 1%, I think is a flaw. I think that's a flaw for almost anything, not in you, just in
I'm
the
not only
system.
flawed, I'm evil. I'm not a good
You're
man.
not evil, Wesley.
Yes, I am.
We
And
don't
not only
even
that,
think you're evil.
look, kid.
No, we disagree
Listen,
with
kid.
you. We think you're
What I'm
wrong.
thinking, I'm an evil man. I've never been a good man any of my days. And don't forget, having the doves doesn't give me carte blanche, I'm good guy status. It's Satan, man. Let me tell you.
But you've never done a good thing in your life.
The devil wants
Never?
me dead, kid.
The devil. Wait. If the devil wants,
I am enemy number one.
but hold on. Walk me through this though. Why would you be, if you are evil? Why would you be the enemy of Satan? Why wouldn't he be like Wesley, my main man? You're so evil.
My dude, Wesley.
My dude, Wesley, you're
Wesley.
evil. Come on.
You're Jewish. You know the secret of the Jews. And the man
Jewish,
of
but
the
I'll
earth
take it.
comes to bring
Continue.
peace. You're Jewish. You know the secret of the Jews given to you by Noah was never written on paper. I'm that man of the earth.
That man?
Okay,
I'm
hold
the one
on.
that gave
What does
Noah
that
the
mean? I feel like this is a
You're
riddle.
not, now here's good job. Because I'm not testing you and you're not going to tell it on TV. You're not going to speak it outside the house. And you're not going to write it on paper. Jesus pretty much set it up that way. Jesus gave that secret to Noah. Okay? So there, something biblical that's not in the
Don't
Bible.
tell us, Amy. We don't
And
want
you
to
know
It's
that is probably
No, I'm
the
actually
most
writing the
sacred-
secret.
That is
I'm
probably
writing the secret
most
down. I'll share
sacred
it with
set
you
of
guys
words
afterwards.
that are not written in the Bible. Those are that is the most sacred word given to the Jewish people. And it ain't mixed, don't blend. Thanks for blending.
I wrote the secret down while.
So I don't know whatever you imagine that man of the earth who comes to bring peace would be, but I am he, and Jesus chose me, and Jesus is the Messiah, and there is no other God, and there has never been any other God, and there never shall be any other God. And he's really funny, and he is so much. He's smart enough to create the heavens and the earth. He's smarter than us.
So
Wesley, thank you so
smart.
very much for joining us. I thought it was a pleasure. So many more.
Running out.
Well, and I'll even
right,
mention
Stephen.
because
You let the cat out of the bag.
Burgo. Well,
Hey, at the
I'll
top
let
of
you.
at the top in the chat, there's a link on the very top. Is there a chance on you playing one of my 30-second films?
Sure. And I feel bad. It's just I
try the top.
Like I said, I wanted to stick mostly to biology, not theology. However,
yeah, that wasn't going to happen.
I think that this subject is intermixed, so
then don't play it. Don't play it.
No. No.
You already.
If everybody's getting ready to get bombed by a nuclear bomb, and I don't tell them about it,
well, then we need to save them. Wesley, we must save them. We got a bunch. Which one do you think is your best?
If I see a guy getting ready to shoot you in the back of the head, and I don't say, "Hey, look, Doc," and then try to stop the guy from shooting you, am I evil? Yes.
Wait, did we ever get an answer? You said can I ask, you're evil, but then there are more evil people because you can't be
morally evil. I'm not evil where I hit you. I'm evil morally, where I'm double-minded. I'm afflicted.
You're not like Will Smith. You wouldn't.
That's an evil thing.
But what is the difference between you and the Antichrist, who is also evil? Is he like two swoops of evil?
I don't know, and I don't know why Jesus wants me to just tell you that I am that thing, but I know he does, and that's from there on out. It's up to you. I wonder and have questioned and why a lot. I'm tired of saying I'm an evil man. I fail you not getting involved. I fail you being branchless. I fail you blaming and accusing. I don't know why he wants me to tell, but I do. and that's, I don't know how what it sounds like when you hear it. You know,
But-
I don't know if it sounds like a U2 rock song. Hey, yeah, all right, or if it's
So-
scary, or
Don't sing a
wow,
song.
that's really,
I'm gonna do
that's really
something
from,
for
that's
you.
really from God. I'm not going to let him know right now, but it really is. But, no one's telling that this guy. Let's ask him if he's on his meds. You know, I don't know how you're taking. So
It's
We're going
okay.
to
I'm on
assume the
meds
answer is
too. One
no.
blocks testosterone and one puts in estrogen. It's a good time.
that's what he wants me to do. I don't know.
But
He never told me to do it. He never came down and said, "Wes,
Take your
I
lithium.
command thee to go out and tell the world about two little goblins from Gringotts and Harry Potter's chopping up people
Two
into a
goblins?
square pit.
Well,
I
we heard
command
from
this,
about
for
those
I
from
am the
Bubblegum
Lord
Gun.
Jesus Christ."
The
He
goblin.
never did that. He never said to me to tell it. I just, as soon as I saw it, knew it was from him, and I started telling
Right
him. There was
away.
never a question about it.
Pete Davidson
Never
once said, what's it called, about Kanye West? He's like, "This is the real me off my meds." But no,
Before Kanye buried him.
Well, yeah, when he was doing all that fantastic. But no, Wesley, I think once again, even though you know, a lot of people may tease you about your views, a lot of your views, I'm sure, are also mainstream Christianity and deistic, which is what James and I really go after. But I'm going to do something for you.
It's
And then
all in
you're
good
going to
fun,
do
guys.
something for us. We're going to show one of your videos, but then you are going to finish by saying your final thoughts on evolution.
Okay.
So which video? Which is your best one? And we'll do the others on other times.
The top one.
First one's the best. That makes a lot of sense, but we will do the others. I'm not skying, skipping away. Hop, skipping, jumping away. Give me 1 second to load it and share screen. And all of, in fact, Gizmo, if you could just...
Oh,
thank you.
He's behind me.
Oh,
Right
no, he's where I could see him working with all of the electronics behind there. All right. We are going to do a booty boo. And we're going to share with audio. And unlike a USB stick, we're not going to have to do it twice. Here we go. Interpretation. The two creatures. I did see two creatures in the vision from Jesus. I'm pretty sure you said this is what your vision looked like. I've seen this before. One creature cut off a foot. Wow, we got really sawy. The other, if you could use saw in a verb form as the title. The other uplifted its arms. Neither spoke. Both enjoyed it. We don't kink shame, though I think that's a little bit drastic. But I don't know if there's a term for that. It's not for. The interpretation. I failed Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Hold on.
Holy,
I failed
growing your
Jesus
soul
Christ.
starting to grow there, kid.
I can feel it. And then her heart or soul grew 4 times that day. I failed Jesus Christ, being double-minded, double-hearted, and double-tongued.
Those words are the weapon that I have to fight the Chinese army. Those words are the weapon that I have
to be the Chinese army.
Those words are the words that I have to fall Mecca. Those are the words I
French
have.
Army.
That
Well, it's
people will
just,
be,
I guess.
They're
number 2. Why not? The Soviets are gone. Why not China? Even though we kind of have the big, gigantic partnerships with China. I mean, the joke is everything is made now.
Those words are the double-edged sword that I have that people will be healed of any disease. A guy without an arm gets an arm. People will be fed. Those are the words that shall be said, that it'll be done.
You rhyme, so you get double points.
That's the only peace God gave me to bring. That's the only peace Jesus gave me to bring. He didn't give me anything else. That's it. That's the only thing I get to take to hell. I got to go to hell to see everybody. I mean,
oh my.
And that's the only thing he's given me is that vision. He's not giving me anything else. That's it.
Psalms, they speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor, with flattening lips, oh my, kinky, and with a double heart do they speak. James.
Flattering lips, because flattery gets you everywhere.
Flattery gets you everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. A double-blinded man is unstable in all ways. Well, I mean, it sucks when you're blinded, but to be double-blinded.
I am still double-blinded.
Double-minded.
I am still double-minded.
Sounds like Mr. Miyagi more than the Bible. Yeah. Double-minded man Danielson, unstable in all ways.
Jesus, just give me sobriety so I can go about this work. But he said he won't. The iniquity will not be removed from my shoulders.
You can have my sobriety.
And I hate it. I hate that. I want to be sober now, but it's not going to happen. So yeah, no, I'm not.
I see that brings up questions though, because you said part of the reason why you were atheist was the lack of. And hey, I'm not ragging on nobody for no one's problems. I'm just saying.
Precisely, it brings up doubts to me. It says Jesus had. Maybe it's so that it will never become a moment where people look at me for any answers about him, that they'll go to him for answers. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Well, I want to just finish that off. Thank you so very much.
That's right.
What's up, Assembly of God? And all right, what I would now like from you, though.
Hashtag profits are real.
Oh, yeah. Profits make profits.
Thanks.
Absolutely. And we'll go into more if you feel like coming on again, continue to have conversations. But I do want to know, Wesely, we have been talking evolution denial. What is your final thoughts?
Evolution is a imagination, a fantasy, unprovable, and based on no scientific, empirical, or real fact, based entirely on imaginations.
Wesely, I want to thank you so very much for joining us and to many more fantastic conversations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Sending love. And with that, we are Calling Me Skeptical. Woohoo! What is up, Beamsy? We are Calling Me Skeptical on Evolution Deniers. I hope you are doing well. And what are your thoughts about that topic?
Within the aspect of religion, or another way, within theism and evolution, you'll find that they fall into three characteristics. You'll have people like myself who accept the fact being that evolution is an undeniable fact because it falls within reality, and therefore their beliefs has to fall outside of reality. You've got the ones that will pick and choose little bits of it to actually fit in with their ideas, but still hold the core of their beliefs within reality. And then the ones who completely abandon it and just live in delusion. Because you'll find that a lot of people they're either deluded or deluded. You will never find anything else other than those facts. Oh, I will debate you, Bubble. I don't think you have any evidence to bring forward. And just not today, because I'm not in the mood. And because I don't
come on here.
No, I'll probably bite his head off. Yeah, well, SFT will never have me on his channel because he doesn't like the name that I have on my my uploading channel. So yeah, SFT
another name.
I could use, but I'm not going to.
Oh,
of course they know who I am. Let's do it on MDD. So first of all, a shout out to James on MDD, Sideshow Bob, Hannah, basically the entire team, because I love modern day debate. But you could still come on Debate Me Brah as well and you're always invited. Don't have to. No one's going to be like, "Ooh," but we're actually looking for more interlocutors, especially
Brian,
theistic interlocutors.
Brian, the actual answer to that is depending on what you define as a real PhD. He did purchase a PhD, so he does have it, but he has no accreditation with the PhD, so therefore he is not recognized as a doctor. Yeah, but that's just nitpicking and the actual definition of it.
He wants MDD because this is the thing with Bubble. He knows will never get on MDD, so he wants to debate people on MDD because he knows it's his way of copping out.
Oh, I will debate anyone and anywhere. I don't care.
James thinks Bubble is like a pure troll. I don't think he would ever have him on there, unfortunately.
When it comes to debates, I will actually use proper information. It's just more the information that when I'll be debating, I'll actually be using my upload channel, and I don't think many people would be very appreciative of that. Especially when I use a picture like this. But the aspects of evolution it's an undeniable fact because we can prove everything within the aspect of all aspects of what is recognized as the theory of biological evolution. But people will always try and misnomer the name and try and misnomer what the definition is. As the clown that I'm currently presenting, yes, it is. He will always say that evolution is just change. Yeah, that is a dictionary definition of it, but that's why you have to use the aspect of the theory of biological evolution, which is only the change of allelotypes over time within a population. And that is literally an undeniable fact. Well, I don't ask for debates, Mark. The whole point of the channel that I upload on is purely and utterly to nitpick everything that Mr. Hoven has done, because he lies through his teeth. He is shown to be a liar. He is shown to be a narcissist. He is shown to be a criminal. And these are not ad hominems. These are things that are shown to be factual information. His family has come out and acknowledged the fact being that he is a narcissist. He has at least 3 criminal charges against his name. He has also served time in jail for tax evasion. There is no way that you can actually deny that anything that I said about him is an attack on his character. Yeah, the point of what I do for uploading and what I come on for, I don't challenge people to debates. I am more than willing to join people in debate because I will approach it like I have done with most of the other debates that I've actually been brought on for. I will treat it as a professional manner. I will not use ad hominems. I will not use attack on characters. I will not use misinformation. I will present all the information and facts beforehand to the person that I'm actually debating, so that way they have all the information that I'm going to actually present, and that way they have time to actually edit their response, and therefore I will come at that correctly. And I will always follow that as a definition whenever you operate within a debate. It's just the fact being that no one would have me on as the channel I upload purely because of the fact being it is an attack. It is a channel that's basically nitpicking everything that people like SFTE, LPP, and Ken Hoven put forwards, as it is just so easy to disprove everything that they actually say, and so easy to actually discredit everything that they portray. I actually am incapable of having fun. I'm missing 2 glands within my brain, so I'm actually severely autistic, so that's a different matter. I do it because I like factual honesty.
Can I ask, do you get bored?
No.
Really? I find that interesting. I find that very fascinating, actually.
I'm missing the omnibula and the one that begins with X, the one just up above that. I'm missing those 2 glands, so I'm not actually getting the correct chemicals releasing into my brain to actually feel emotions. It would be the best way. I do get physiological responses to it. So if I'm ever, while I'm depressed, I don't actually feel depressed, but my body actually reacts to it. It's part of the side effect of when I was blown up because, well, I almost had my right arm ripped off. My pelvis was crushed. Like all my ribs were crushed, and pretty much all but one of the bones in my legs were broken, and only my left arm was saved from much. But I had my hand crushed. I've got about 22 kilos of metal and plastic holding me together, and it's why I have some unusual beliefs in the aspects of thoughts, but not in the aspects of spirituality. I don't think there is a spirit, but I think there is something in there that is actually driving us, the spark of our thoughts, but that's a little bit different.
It's quite a thing to go through. I don't think very many people can have that kind of story.
Well, and actually, I'm going to bring it up because we wanted to give people who disagree with us priority. And I get the feeling Beamsy is actually in, I was going to say violent agreement, in very gentle agreement with us.
I've spent the last 11 years studying things, and that's why I have my master's in astrophysics as well as a master's in geology. So I can show you 500 different ways in which everything in the Bible is wrong. And that's just off the top of my head.
Yeah, I would say astrophysics and the Bible don't really go well together.
Nor does geology.
History, no, none of it. It really doesn't go well with any.
Well, if you actually go into history, it's the Chronicles of Gilgamesh is where a lot of those older ones. But the Genesis fable is actually from Sumatra, and that's where they originate from, which went through into Tunisia and then
Babylon,
into
right?
No, Sumeria, the old Indian one.
I'm not Hinduism?
No, this was predating Hinduism. It's why they have very similar when it comes to the Genesis idea of the creation of the universe, but different people did it over different periods of time because it's split off to Sumerian and Sumatran are two different things. Sumerians are the pre-Babylonians. The Sumatrans are the ones that actually were in India, southern India, and they're the ones that actually predate a lot of things.
Though unfortunately, we get a lot of the hell concept from the Zoroastrian isms.
Yeah, Zoroastrianism actually brought in the idea of God as the Father. That's where that comes from.
Ah, lovely. He's a very angry dude in the Old Testament, but that's okay. He becomes your heavenly daddy figure.
He becomes nice
and maybe burn you. Yes. Well, kind of nice. The shop outside looks very nice on the outside, and as long as you are his super best friend, it will continue to look amazing. But if you betray him, he may burn you forever, or 7 years.
Super bestie anymore.
But yeah, so Beamsy,
Randolph, it was Amy that mentioned the Zoroastrian. I was just agreeing with her.
Where is Randolph? Oh, sending love to Randolph Richardson at youtube.com/RandolphRichardson. In fact, you can find Beamsy here at his channel at Beamsy, or you can find him at his other channel. It's youtube.com, and the title rhymes with Aunt Movind. But I want to know, Beamsy.
Big on SFT's channel. Big on SFT.
And it's funny that I guess it makes sense. Probably SFT maybe doesn't care, but Kent, he gets a little, maybe his ego gets a little bruised. But I guess if that's the only thing getting bruised, then Kent's on a good day.
Well,
sending love.
He's not conducting any of his experiments.
Exactly, not conducting any physics experiments. But yeah,
Apparently,
Beamsy.
there's a grinder account for Ken Hovind down in Mississippi.
Really?
Is that where he met Matt Powell?
Oh my, that makes sense. His new boy toy.
Whether or not it's real or not, it's a different matter. But someone has made one down in Mississippi.
Listen to me. It doesn't matter if it's real or not, and it doesn't matter how big it is. Okay?
That's what you tell your partner.
Amy's already trying to match it up.
Exactly. Listen. Who has a ruler? Who's judging who? Angels are evil. I always find, once again, the notion of angels, they're always so vague. Wouldn't it be so funny if there was a species of angels that, had to scratch their wings and their balls? It would be so much more realistic. Once again, what J.K. Rowling did for wizards, politics aside, because still want to talk with her, I would like to do for angels one day, because I don't think anyone's going to do it but a heathen. I think for anyone to actually write like a fantasy story about angels, but enough about, I always say when you start talking about your book, people their brain starts tuning out and they're like, what was I smoking or drinking? Because I think I need to take another hit. So with that, Beamsy, we have been talking. In fact, we've been calling me skeptical on evolution denial. And I think this is
denial is
a passionate topic, since the creationists really seem to attack the foundation of science. So what are your thoughts? And I'm still sending it out. Where can people find you?
Like I said, I just do my channel for my own enjoyment. I don't really do it for actual anything constructive.
Mm-hmm. But that's okay. Your thought about it's in my opinion, it's an American-born movement, and unfortunately, it's
actually it was English. Creationism started in England.
Did it start? Well, I was just gonna more say that it became so popular, especially in the 80s, when they seemed to really make political deals with each other. And but it was also an export. I think we exported it. But you're right, it may have started in England. It may and maybe
in the 1950s, the creationist movement actually started in England, around the Dover region. That's why you also get Scientology, and Mormonism also comes from England, and it was exported all over the world. It's just that America
Scientology comes from
the United States.
Ron Hubbard? Well, yeah,
he's English.
Huh. Well, okay, that's interesting. But did he create? I guess that's kind of a dual thing, because he was an English person, but he created it here.
No, he actually created it in England. The actual founding place of Scientology is a large manor in England. If you look it up, you can actually find it, and it's got pictures all over the place.
I'm looking that up.
Yeah,
that's cool. I wasn't aware of that. I'm trying to see. No, it says L. Ron Hubbard was born in Nebraska. Maybe you're thinking of Joseph Smith with Mormonism.
No, Mormonism was in America. L. Ron Hubbard was born in America, moved to England, and he started it in... Scientology was started in a manor in 1967.
Birthplace of Scientology.
St. Hill Manor.
I would have to do more research. And I also know that, their big thing is in Florida with Clearwater, and they have they have a celebrity center specifically in Hollywood, which is a really creepy thing. Really freaking creepy. It's just
that's where it was founded?
No, not where it's founded. Those are all modern inventions. I'm just pointing out how creepy they are.
Oh, when I was talking about that, Scientology was founded in England, not he was born in England.
So, no, he wasn't born in England. He was born in Nebraska.
Yes, and if you look, St. Hill Manor is actually where was his home when he founded Scientology in 1967.
I'm trying to find that.
Look at the links.
St. Hill Manor House. And becoming the British headquarters of the Church of Scientology.
The manor serves as Mr. Hubbard's home and worldwide headquarters for the Scientology religion until 1967.
I mean, I'm not sure if we even disagree. I'm trying to figure out. Maybe we just are pointing out different aspects of the story.
Probably.
Second link. L. Ron Hubbard acquired St. Hill Manor and some 60 surrounding acres in March of 1959. The manor served as Mr. Hubbard's home and worldwide headquarters for the Scientology religion until 1967.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that's where it started. That's not where Sea Org takes place or where their main...
That's where it was founded.
Does it say that? I mean, when he wrote Diagnetics, it was in this country. When he was running from the law, it was from the American
FDA
government.
Told him he couldn't tell people.
Like, I'm not trying to minimize that.
I know he was selling things in 1952, but he hadn't actually declared it as a religion until he actually moved to England.
Was that I think that's also because he was struggling to get it passed as a religion in America. And in fact, it was a victory way after his death that they got that declared.
Yeah, well, I know that he didn't open the first one in America till a year after, in 1954. But in 1953 is where he did it in St. Hill. But again, I'm just relying on... this is all information that I'm reading off of, so I'm not entirely sure if it's 100% accurate either now.
And hey, we need to do a Scientology episode.
Absolutely.
I've been saying that for a while, just because they need to be put in our sites.
I can get my friend. He's a fifth Thetan, and he can join in for it. Well,
are you serious? Okay, thank you. Please.
He's an active Scientologist.
I mean, I would get him on no matter what, but that just makes me feel way better that he is no longer a Scientologist.
Well, he's the one that actually told me all about Zanzu and how they actually placed all the bodies of the aliens in the volcano and caused the eruptions to cause the spirits to poison the earth, and how you need
very
to actually raise
stuff.
Yeah, it's very scientific.
Yeah. He actually showed me it, and it's just, what the
Well,
hell?
can I also tell you the weird thing about Scientology is that certain higher levels will tell you that lower levels were bullshit. And so that's gotta frig with your head if you go to a certain level and it's
you get
like
to level 10.
Yeah,
and like
we were
everything
just
from
testing
before. Yeah.
No, once you get to the fourth Thetan, that's when it actually starts revealing the truth. The three lower Thetans, they are just pussyfooting around would be the nicest way of putting it.
Other membership levels suck.
What happens when you get to like 10 Thetan? Maybe they tell you, oh, everything before now was not true.
Well, I don't want to know. I'm quite sure there's not a 10th Thetan though.
Oh, well.
I think I used to remember the number. It was like there was 8, I believe, but then there's also extra. They figured out a way to go past 8, but they don't give them numbers. But generally, the hot thing used to be the final thing, Xeno and all that crap. Was that?
I know the first 2 have no names. Then it's Wall of Fire, the Drug Rundown, the something Dialectics. Then you've got the 2 Hubbard's Revelations, and then the truth is revealed. I think, if I remember correctly.
It's just funny that you got to work your way up the program.
And you've got to pay to do it too.
Oh, a lot of money.
Oh, it depends on how much you make. But like I said, my friend got to the new era dialectics, and he was actually able to use the dialectic machines, and that's where they actually revealed a lot of the truth to him, but not the whole truth. And
nothing but the whole truth, so help you half a god.
Oh no, they do actually reveal only about a half truth to you, but they don't actually, and they tell you, oh, this is only the half truth. You have to get to Thetan 8 before you're actually allowed to comprehend the truths that are out there.
The truthy truths.
Yeah.
But okay, we keep on talking about Scientology, but I want to bring on, I believe, well, I don't know if some fighters are or not. So, but I want to ask you again, though, Beamsy, because I think this is a common thing that just the skeptic community has to deal with. Dealing with denial of evolution.
Because, like I said from the get-go, you got three aspects of people who have an aspect of theism. They can either recognize that their beliefs exist outside of reality, and therefore accept the reality of the basal assumptions and the four fundamental forces, and actually operate their lives depending on them, because that's the only way you can operate within reality. Or you got other people who nitpick little bits to try and support what is their belief is saying. Or you've got the people who just go full, nope, it's false, this is the real thing.
Yeah, it really seems to be. I wish I could just get more metaphorical theist, science-bound theist. Oh, metaphysical. No, just as long as you can say, Beamsy will say over and over that you, as a theist and as an astrophysicist, they are going against all of the scientific community. And I know they feel that's an ad populum fallacy, but it's not. The reason that 97 number exists is because of, the overwhelming majority have been convinced of this.
But the people who actually are theistic within the field do accept that their beliefs exist outside of reality. That's the biggest thing that you have to come to terms with when you start understanding things. You've got, I think the number is more about 95% aren't just completely atheistic. And then you've got about 4% that are like myself. And then you've got 1% that are people who work with AIG and stuff who just sell out.
They just take the money and...
Oh, it is good money. I've seen the sort of money that you can actually make by working with AIG.
Hey, if you're willing to, you won't be able to work anywhere else. But hey, if you want to take the money from them,
it's the sort of thing you take if your career is going nowhere or you're at the end of your career. That's why if you look at the average age of the people who work there, they're in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. You never see someone in their 20s and 30s taking up that option because it destroys your credibility because you have to lie.
Their best days are behind them. They're ready to retire in a few years anyway.
Yeah, and it's still good money to use their credentials to bullshit.
But okay, thank you so very much, Beamsy. Thank you for calling me skeptical.
I'll call you other things, but we want to keep you monetized.
Oh my. Now you're talking. Thank you so very much, Beamsy. Sending so much love. That's right. Gizmo's also sending love.
Kitty love.
Gizmo, can you hit my camera and then make it? Oh! Thank you. Oh,
he got
love
it. He got you.
Beamsy. Actually, I was about to but I do have to bring up right before we get Sunflower. There was a $2 super chat sending so much love. I'm gonna say his name in a riddle. He is a
riddle.
He has his browser history is full, and he has probably a little bit of a problem. But are you doing well down there, Gavin? Oh, he found a way to fix that addiction. So sending love to that $2 super chat.
He's sober now. He found sobriety.
True. Oh, Gavin's definitely finding a way to be sober. He's filling himself with other things. Says, as a teacher, he can't lie. No, that's right. That's
Wesely.
directed as is that direct? I was gonna say that could have been directed at Ken Hovind, but you're
Ken
right.
Hovind. I guess it applies to Ken Hovind.
Well,
too,
and
right?
I like to view myself. I pat myself on the back. I would like to become a professor one day, but I view myself as a teacher myself because I have the fancy certificate of education. What I call the fancy. I messed my joke up. The fancy certificate of debt. There we go, of education. But sending so much love, addicted to browser history. Thank you for the support, and keep on sending in all of your questions, comments, and one-liners. That's right, to James W. and myself at Amy Newman. And with that, I think we are going to bring in our next call. Woohoo! In fact,
is your body ready?
Yeah, I think so. It is going to be the last call, unless I think we really have someone from an opposing view. So please come on and say so. But sending love, Randolph. I didn't even get to read it. I'll read it in a second. Come join us at that link.
No, he's addicted to something else, Randall.
Burlington Coat Factory, where pants are on sale at 50% off. No, what? We would never make that joke. Gavin, would I make that joke? Never. I actually enjoyed it.
I couldn't hear. Did he say something, Amy?
No, he has his mouth filled. Nonetheless, I enjoyed both debates. I feel like I would like to, debate more creationists out there. I like old, young, it doesn't matter. We would like to have conversations.
Old, young.
Oh my. Bubblegum Gun's getting ready. His body's ready. Well, our body, come one, come all if you wish, Bubble, but our body is ready for our next call. We are calling me skeptical on evolution denial. We are having some fun. Woohoo! What is up, Sunflower? Hope you are feeling fantastic tonight. That's right. Welcome aboard.
Hey, thanks.
And what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about, or specifically evolution denial?
Yeah, thank you so much. Beautiful. I would actually like to express my thoughts as a song, if that's okay, like I did last time.
Well, can I say, is it a copyrighted song, or is it one of your originals?
It is one of my originals. It's not copyrighted.
Then, good sir, you may serenade us away.
Okay, these are my thoughts on evolution. It goes like this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Every time I open my mouth, I have regrets in my mind every time, and no one seems to figure me out. I guess it's stress. It's making me feel so depressed. Most of my life I felt so tired, but every now and then when I try, I say, keep it up and go on. You're only holding out for what you want. We no longer owe the strangers. It's enough, it's enough. Keep it up and go on. You're only holding out for what you want. I know that it's so frustrating. Keep it up, keep it up. Alright, that's my intro.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, Sunflower.
Thanks. By the way, it wasn't an original, but I promise you, you're not going to get copyright strike, so sorry. I had to sneak that in.
I
there.
will say,
Yeah,
and
sometimes the world needs to hear a
the,
song. You know what I mean?
well, yeah, we have. The
crowd likes
funny
it.
thing is that I have a few copyright things, but the few videos I find them funny, and so I'm just keeping them up without ads. But
Even if we
a
don't make
lot,
money on
but
it.
a lot of them, like another reason is they make me laugh because they're like, "No, this isn't copyright," or something. They're like, "Da-da-da."
How about this,
And it's
Amy?
like-
You have my word. I swear to God on my life, everything I stand for. If for any reason what I just played it causes any kind of monetary loss to you, I swear if you send me an invoice, I will absolutely. I swear to God on my life, I will.
I'm not
I will
even
pay
being
you for it.
sarcastic. A lot of the times they do make me laugh, and I like.
Well,
Honestly,
I'm
we're just
not
here to
joking
have
either.
good entertainment.
Because I consider myself a principled person, and I know I kind of did a little bit of a sleight of hand there. But look, sometimes you have to take sort of creative license into your own hands. But I'm backing it up by saying I absolutely will, if for any reason that what I just played caused an issue. I won't even ask you for proof or receipts. I'll just say, okay, you got me. I played someone else's song. I will pay you directly, no questions asked. So that's that. And I'm a man of my word. I'm 99.99999% sure it's not going to happen, but if it does, I swear to God on my life, I'll pay you anyway.
That is okay. Thank you for your
Evolution.
intro, Sunflower. To continue on, I actually wrote a few points down, but do you have anything you want to say as we open the conversation?
Yes, I do. Okay. What was I gonna say? Oh, I remember. I had a point about Damn it! No, see, I always come in here with points that I start with people in the side chat that aren't necessarily related to evolution denial. But you know what? I'm gonna refrain from doing that this time, and I'm actually gonna address the actual topic. Yes, because you know what? There's a trend among us Nashville guitarists, at least the ones that get paid, about letting a note bloom. You know what I've learned? It's not actually. I'm so unhinged. I actually have mental health issues, believe it or not. Okay, I've learned that I can't let myself get so defensive and so unhinged and so aggressive. This is causing more problems than it solves. Okay, so I'm gonna address the actual video topic. Evolution denial. Okay, here are my actual thoughts on this, and tell me what you think, because I'm open to hearing your thoughts. Now, when I think about evolution, the reason I don't have a problem with it as a Christian, and the reason I think that creation is compatible with it, is that I think, okay, when did and when I say your, I mean anyone, I'm not speaking to anyone specifically, like anyone who's listening. But like, so the question is, when did your life start? Okay, and the interesting thing about that, I think, is that there's this kind of cloudy gray area in what we regard as like the age of reason, or like when we all came online, quote unquote, right? When we developed this kind of self-awareness and whatnot.
Just to make a joke, that's part of the answer, but continue.
Okay, sure. And so what I think about is like, if I'm only considering creation in terms of like the human condition, the human experience, as in like, like to me, it's not an issue, because I would just say the instantiation or the inception of that sort of self-awareness that coming online, that's what we're referring to by creation. Whatever animal predecessors or ape predecessors or what we were like as an infant or in development in the womb, none of that is relevant to me, because like when I think about what it means to be human, I'm thinking about a specific thing, and I think about that as the moment from which you came on, quote unquote, came online, and everything that followed after. So the reason I take issue with evolution is, or not take issue with it, the reason that I find it compatible with the creation story, is that the creation story is about not just humans in terms of like the ape the neo ape that exists, but like the self-awareness, the consciousness, the coming online that happens to these neo apes that we call humans. That's sort of what we're getting at here. And whatever happened before is not relevant because all of us understand our own life from a finite moment of our own, coming online. So it's like, why would if it was a billion years, 1 year, 10 seconds, a trillion years, infinity, however long it was before we ourselves as individuals, quote unquote, came online, that's not an issue because that we're living in a sort of a line segment where like a finite point of instantiation, and that's what's relevant to us. Whatever came before is sort of inaccessible and unintelligible. So I'll leave. I'll stop. I've been rambling. I'll stop there.
Well, no, can I tell you why I think that is a political answer?
Sure.
Because what it sounds like you're saying to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, you're saying it doesn't matter whether it was true. What matters now is we're conscious beings and we need to care about that in the future. Even if I would agree to any of that, I would say that there are giant swaths of people who not only care about evolution, they're pushing in the opposite direction. And so to me, we have to pick sides, at least in this issue, because it can do harm. It really can.
Okay, let me answer that. I'm not trying to say that it isn't true, or I'm not trying to imply here that it's like some kind of like, oh, they just made a story about it. What I'm trying to say is that at the most fundamental core of my beliefs on theology or whether or not a God exists, on the most fundamental level, there is a irreconcilable, incomprehensible paradox, and that is the classic something from nothing, whatever, like infinite regress. This kind of problem completely. It's not just like a difficult math problem where like this one puzzles me. It's like, no, this is fundamentally incomprehensible to me entirely. It's outside of what I have access to in like within the limits of my perception. So that is the fundamental framework that I'm dealing with. I think it's very lazy. And again, I've gone into this on your channel before. I think it's extremely lazy and almost, I think, dishonest when atheists say like, yeah, there was a time where we thought, like that when there was a good crop season, that was God. And because we proved that wrong, why can't we prove the fact that matter came into existence from nothing? It can also be, that's just like it's just a similar thing that we don't understand. No.
So it sounds like what you're saying is.
Well, wait, don't interrupt, James. Sorry,
well,
but like
you've been going on for a little while. But
I know, but I'm making a point. So I'm saying is that look, there's been in the observable universe, there's been a phenomenon that we haven't been able to explain and have attributed to God. Fine, you can call them all wrong. You can't kick this can down the road to the point where like, oh, matter coming into existence from a state of pure nothingness. That's just another thing that we just haven't quite figured out yet. It's like, damn, it took us a while to figure out the whole quantum thing. Maybe we'll eventually figure out the whole something from nothing thing. No. It's fundamentally incomprehensible. That is at the base level of my approach to all of these questions. And categorizing this question as just another thing that we haven't figured out yet is dishonest, and it's cowardly in my opinion. I'll leave it at that. Go ahead.
So it sounds like what you're saying is since at the base level, something from nothing, there's no way you can wrap your mind around that. So therefore, in your mind, there needs to be a God because that's the only way that it can make sense.
I didn't say that.
Well,
you started out okay, and then you went to a thing that I understood.
Where am I going off?
I said I said at the base level of my approach to theology is that it's incomprehensible. Then you add on this weird thing that therefore there needs to be a God. I didn't say that. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
So there doesn't need to be a God, but you think there is a God, or it's
there doesn't need to be a God necessarily, but I have I'm convicted in my faith. Yeah, that's exactly right.
But you're saying that it's something from nothing that gets you to a God. But are you saying that? But you don't say there needs to be a God, so something could come from nothing without a God. You just don't see how that could have happened. I'm trying to.
No, I see it as a categorically different question. As in, I see every other problem besides this one as potentially difficult and hard to solve, but not fundamentally paradoxical.
Can I ask?
This is not even a hard, James. Do you? Let me just ask you.
Oh.
Do you not understand what I'm saying, or do you understand?
No, I understand what you're saying. Is that these
with
questions are the hardest, the most fundamental questions that cut to the essence of what reality is. And I'm not saying that they're not. And you're right to say that we don't have very good answers for those fundamental questions right now.
Not that we don't have very good answers. We don't have even an approach to answer the question to begin with.
I would say that we have frameworks and that we have,
what does that mean? What's the framework in which something can come from nothing? Sum it up, James. Sum it up. What's the framework?
I'm not a theoretical physicist.
Well, then don't say we have frameworks.
I don't understand.
Well, then don't say we have frameworks if you don't. But even if you're actually proving me right. You can't begin to comprehend the things you're talking about.
But I don't understand.
Have you even grappled with the actual question, or are you just appealing to authority?
I don't get where the something from nothing comes in. That something from nothing was always. It was a straw man, and then Lawrence Krauss made a book out of it.
Can you explain Lawrence Krauss's book? Because I've looked into it.
Yeah, he basically is just trying to go as far down as removing as much as possible to.
No, Amy, how does something come from nothing? I'm asking you to sum it up.
How does something come from nothing?
Yes.
So his hypothesis in the book is that quantum fluctuations.
I'm aware. Go on.
So it would be particles. There's a word that goes before the particles. I forget, but they pop subatomic. In and out. I don't know if it is subatomic, but it's a specific type of particle that's popping in and out of existence.
I'm quite familiar with this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with this. How does a particle pop in or out of existence?
I'm for the audience as well.
Okay, if a particle didn't exist originally, how does it pop in or out of existence? If it didn't exist
yet. It happens all the time in the quantum world.
In a quantum world, it deals with probability, and so it doesn't make.
Well, no, particles don't exist as probabilities. That's never been observed. That's incoherent.
But that's the entire point. Is that you
don't get free energy in life. There's something called entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. So potentials can't condense into particles.
Once again,
except when they do.
So wait,
we've never observed that, James.
So what it sounds like is you're trying to say that these virtual particles can't come into existence. I really, no offense. So what? You disagree with that? Talk to it to Lawrence Krauss. Atheists don't believe that something came from nothing.
Wait a second. I talked to Lawrence Krauss. Yeah, again, here's the issue. That would be like me saying, you don't believe the supernatural exists, so what? Talk to William Lane Craig. Is that a good answer to that, or no? What do you think?
Wait, I'm sorry. Rephrase this again, because I think
I will. I'm happy to. So
okay.
You said, all you basically said was, yeah, there's a solution to this problem. Lawrence Krauss explained it in some book. And I said, I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
Okay.
I said, that doesn't make sense. Can you explain it personally? And you said, well, look, just go ask Lawrence Krauss.
But
I'm saying my response to that is, oh, you don't believe the supernatural? Well,
we're not
just
here.
go ask a theologian. Like, is that
We're
a
not
good
here
answer?
with
Is that a
Lawrence
good answer?
Krause's shirts on. We're not promoting Lawrence Krause's
We're not
version of
promoting
reality.
virtual
But you are invoking him when I give you a critically incomprehensible problem of matter existing at all. So yeah, you have to back that up. You can't just name drop him, or I could just name drop any theologian.
Well, because you mentioned something from
But
nothing,
you
so
say
that's why
name
she
drop.
Yes,
brought
that's
Lawrence
that,
Krause
it defies
up
all
he wrote that book.
But you say name dropping him. I was using him as the example as the only atheist that uses it tongue in cheek. Can you please name drop any other atheist that thinks seriously that we came from nothing? Any atheist.
It's not even a problem if we came from nothing. I'm saying the
So
concept
we'll just throw
of
that out.
wait a second. Do you understand that eternal matter, as in something like rejecting the hypothesis that something came from nothing, that's already contradictory to thermodynamics. Do you understand that?
I don't agree, but no, I would say.
Well, what do you mean
that
you don't?
I have
Wait,
an
you can't
opinion
just
on it.
not agree. We have to tease this out now. Yeah. Do you not know that energy cannot be created or destroyed? And
Sure. And do you know what the energy level of the universe is?
And entropy increases over time.
Zero.
Right. Oh, so you're saying that the universe we exist in, there's no energy, and entropy is or is not increasing.
That it evens out, and that entropy only applies in closed systems.
So you're saying that the second law of thermodynamics is like.
I feel like you're about to give a Jordan Peterson and that interviewer question. So what you're saying is
no, I'm asking you how you can reconcile the laws of thermodynamics with an eternal universe, and you're not giving a good answer.
Thermodynamics with an eternal universe. I would say no one's saying it's eternal. No one's saying that it came from nothing. We're saying as far back as we can go is the Big Bang.
It's not eternal, but it also didn't come from nothing.
Do you have evidence?
What is the other? What's the third explanation?
Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence in either direction?
My entire opening point was that it's incomprehensible to me. That's where my.
You're saying
that's
I don't know.
Yeah, but it's not just a. It's not a lower. Wait, it's not a lowercase question mark, right? It's not a lowercase. I don't know. In the same way that I
don't know is.
Wait, Amy, stop interrupting me. You sound insecure now, to be honest. I have to be real with you.
Totally.
No, because Amy, you're usually pretty. No, you're usually actually very sort of refrained, but I can tell that right now you're interjecting a lot, and it sounds like you're kind of nervous and insecure.
Make your point, please.
Okay, so anyway, yeah.
I heart you. I disagree.
Okay, so I'm saying there's a difference between a lowercase question mark, I don't know, and a uppercase question mark, I don't know, right? So I could say, yeah, I don't know how the Large Hadron Collider works. I can't. I don't know, right? That's a lowercase. I don't know. Okay. Now, how did matter come into existence when there was nothing before it? That's an uppercase. I don't know. Okay. These are not just. You can't just group everything into I don't know. Okay. There are some things that we don't know, but we understand are possible. We just don't really understand them.
Do you think that maybe the reason that if you don't know something relatively simple, like how the Large Hadron Collider works, that maybe we are just not prepared to contemplate something like the origin of the universe yet? So
you said prepared?
To us, we're not prepared to contemplate that yet because we don't have enough information. We haven't even been able to merge.
James, I think we're perceptually limited. We're perceptually prohibited. How about that hypothesis?
So we have not even been able to reconcile quantum physics with classical physics yet, which means that effectively our physics, our idea and understandings of the universe, while as great as they are not complete yet. So for us to sit down and say right now, well, we can't contemplate how that happened, so therefore it must have a supernatural explanation, it is to me just very short-sighted. I don't know how else to say it.
Okay, James, I have a perfect response to that. Okay, so my response would be, humans are perceptually limited. or perceptually prohibited on some level. We don't like you can't think that we have actual like perfect perceptual ability to comprehend every aspect of space, time, math, how everything interacts, right? Like
Sure.
there's okay, so let's start from there, right? What's more likely that we simply haven't figured out the clearly, like it's axiomatically, like anyone that actually thinks about it, it's axiomatically true that something from nothing is paradoxical and incomprehensible. Okay, let's stop there. Now I can say, oh, my perceptual limitations are probably why that's incomprehensible. And that's, I think everyone sort of understands this if they really think about it. You're saying, no, that's just like they didn't figure out the light bulb yet in the Middle Ages. You're acting like something from nothing will just be like, and if you, maybe if we just keep looking into it, we'll eventually like figure out the light bulb. In this analogy, the light bulb is like something coming out of nothing and like the complexities of infinity and space-time. No, dude, stop categorizing these things like other problems we've solved in science and technology. Okay, there are things outside of your perception and comprehension, and the idea that to dismiss and reject this, it's not I wouldn't even use the word cowardly. It's like it's almost like it's just pitiful. I don't know what it is. Like, why do you think you have access to any kind of ultimate coherent truth about everything in the universe? Like, that's insane. Like, what you think you'll ever actually be able to access and comprehend that?
In my lifetime, almost certainly not. But
Anyone,
I do have
anyone's
hopes
lifetime.
I do have hopes that we will eventually be able to answer these questions. But
It's not about
at
hopes.
this stage,
Do you think it's realistic or
at
not?
this
Like,
stage, yes,
it's ridiculous.
I do. At this stage,
Do you
we're
have
like
a limited
the
perception?
We're
Imagine
like the
someone that was
bacteria
okay.
on the
James,
rocks.
could Helen Keller fully comprehend everything as you just said that you have hopes that we might someday? Could Helen Keller do it?
I don't know, Sunflower. I don't know. I
Yeah,
never
answer
met
the
Helen
question.
Keller.
Don't say I don't know. Do you think
I never
Helen
met
Keller?
Helen Keller.
Wait,
What does
I
Helen
don't
Keller
know is a valid
have to do with
answer.
any of this?
The reason I'm bringing this up is because obviously we understand that Helen Keller, even among our human form, had sort of limited or like dysfunctional perception. So what I'm saying is, imagine a superstructure that has perfect perception of everything, and then imagine yourself like a Helen Keller to that. The idea that you think, oh, well, just like it'll all make sense one day. No, you don't have access. You don't have perception that allows you to even have access to these problems. And so by refusing to like simply saying, okay, we figured out X, Y, and Z, we figured out technology and thermite, we're going to figure this out too. No, admit that, humble yourself, admit you'll never understand it, and no human ever will either.
It must just be God.
No human. No, I'm not even going to go there. Just admit that it's outside of the realm of human comprehension. That's enough for me. You don't have to invoke God.
But what you are saying, I wish people would do about a God. They would admit there's no being that knows everything, that is just all powerful, all knowing. There is never.
Wait, there could be a being like that. I'm saying humans are not that.
Why would there be a being like that? That's what I'm trying to get.
There could be.
Why can't we just get people to admit
I said could be. I said could be.
I mean, we could one day learn everything, couldn't we?
No, not with our current perception. No, absolutely not.
Not with our current perception.
But we could one day.
Well, now you're invoking a superhuman. You're invoking the supernatural. Then what do you mean?
Why is it supernatural?
Because do you not realize that we have human faculties? Like, we're dealing within our human faculties, are we not?
But you don't. But that's the whole point. So not now, but one day we could understand everything.
Our faculties.
What do you mean we? Wait, what do you mean we? Would it be an appropriate use of the word we if we're an entirely different species with like superhuman perception? Wait, if we have superhuman perception, then it's to say we is kind of a weird use of the word we.
We as in we are their ancestors, just like we are primates, we are mammals, we will always be primates. We will
When you say we, are you talking about like the primordial muck that we came out of, or I think you're talking about humans, right?
Primordial muck.
When you say we, you're talking about humans. You're not talking about like
And our descendants.
our earliest common ancestor. Like you're obviously not talking about that. So like let's at least own up to take the L when you you have to take at least one L.
What do you mean?
I said okay, so I said you're using the word we wrong, because if future humans have a superhuman perception, that would be like using the word we and also including the bacteria from like the early Earth, which is obviously not what you're not including them when you say we. You're talking about humans as we all currently know humans. Like,
I mean, we as
just admit it. Just admit it.
See,
Come on,
when
like
you
why
let
are
her
you?
talk,
This is
let
so
her talk.
stupid. Like
Let
what
her
the
talk, Sunflower.
they'll always be humans. That's my point. And they'll never not be humans. They'll always be humans. That would be my point. And I don't understand what you're trying. Like we'll always be primates forever. And we'll always be humans
that's like
forever.
saying we're still single cell organisms that we evolved from in the sea.
Yeah, we still are made of.
We're eukaryotes.
Are we wait, but didn't eukaryotes come from prokaryotes? So are we prokaryotes then also?
Are we prokaryotes?
We're made up of prokaryotes. We're made up of
organisms. We're made up of
so we distinguish prokaryotes from eukaryotes in biology, right?
Yes.
But we are also simultaneously prokaryotes and eukaryotes because we evolved from them. Nice one.
Are you saying?
Wow, that's a good argument.
I want to just break this down for you. Hold on. I have to break this down. Sunflower, multicellular. It actually means that you take one cell, and then there's actually another cell, and then there's another cell. And I just want you to know they're all cells. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no distinction.
That's why it's called multicellular.
Yeah, prokaryote and eukaryote, not a distinction. You're right. You're correct.
Oh, no. Just so you know, there are actually organisms that are just one cells. And they're different from multi-cells, which are us.
We are cellular.
That's exactly what is that not exactly what I just said?
Well, it was, but it seemed like you were insinuating that we didn't come from single cells, even though it makes perfect sense.
No. I was insinuating that when you say we, Amy, what I was saying is that when you say we,
yes,
you and I and everyone else that speaks English knows we means us humans.
Yes. And I was talking about future generations from now who will also be human, wasn't I?
Well, if they have, and I'm saying if they have a perception that we don't have, why should they be classified as humans at that point? That's weird. That's like,
well, can I ask?
What do you mean by
we don't include chimpanzees?
Wait.
Look, we don't include chimpanzees when we say we.
But can I ask, do you think that we, as in mammals, when I'm talking now, do you think a rat and we could still be under that same category of mammal, even though we look different?
Yeah, Amy, the point I'm getting at is that I'm working within the limited perception of humans as we currently understand the species of Homo sapien, right? That's what I'm talking. That's what you mean by we. That's what I mean by we. So what you're saying is like if we evolve enough that we develop some sort of perception that actually like transcends what any human currently has, then maybe we'll understand the paradoxical nature of infinity and matter. And what I'm saying is like, well, then you might as well be including apes when you say we, which you're not, because that doesn't make any sense. So that's all I'm doing is I'm saying you're making.
I don't know how to break this to you, but we're apes.
No, Amy, I'm not saying.
Always be apes.
Amy, I'm saying when you say we, you're not including chimps in that. Unless
I'm saying humans. It's
exactly.
Humans.
So do you not think that? So Amy, okay. How long, however long ago our common ancestor with apes, chimps is? Let's triple that in the future. This is now the new species of human that can comprehend eternity. How is that not a different species in the same way that we're a different species from chimps? You are now just saying that we evolved past humanity. We're a new species in the future.
Can I ask?
It's not we anymore. It's
Okay.
them. It's them.
So in the future, are they not mammals? Are they no
use
longer
the word
mammals?
them and don't use the word we or us.
Well, we're not going
Are
to keep
these
going on and on
future
about this
humans
terminology. This is
not?
like-
Are these future humans?
We're not chimps.
mammals.
No, we're not chimps, Amy.
but we are apes.
But
No, we're not chimps.
But we're primates.
Okay.
Right, so when you say we, you don't include chimps. The same way this 10,000 years in the future.
But you
humans-
understand it's not
No.
going to be the chimps' children. It's going to be our children, right?
Doesn't matter whose children it is. The point is,
No,
you're
that's the
try-
point. That's actually the only
No,
thing that
that is-
matters.
That's not
what
the
we
point.
are talking about.
That's not the point. You are trying to basically say in the future, descendants of ours will have perceptions that we don't have.
I don't know
Like,
about perceptions, but they'll have knowledge that we don't have.
How many? Okay, what? Again, this is why I brought up the amoebas. In the continuum of evolution, at what point does the word "we" become a little bit like, okay, let's be real, like you don't get to use "we" for the freaking bacteria or the 50 million years in the future, like superhuman aliens that have like omniscient intelligence. You don't get to just say "we" and refer to all life. Like that's so.
I did
what is
refer
that?
to all life. I meant human.
But you're.
I meant the only branch that I've been talking about the whole time for this is.
Oh,
that
right, and I'm saying humans have limited perception, so that we can go right back down
Everything
to
has limited
Or,
perception.
I mean, yes.
exactly, James, and that's why I'm saying you can't ever comprehend.
And-
You're the one that tried to say that one day we will understand the incomprehensible, paradoxical nature of the universe. I'm the one saying no, we can't because we have limited
I
perception.
don't know that it's
And then
paradoxical.
responded
because
with,
we don't
"Oh, no,
understand it
and
right
then
now.
Amy responded with, "Oh, it maybe we will when we evolve further." I agree. Life will probably always have limited perception. It's Amy that tried to say no. Maybe we'll evolve to the point where we have perfect perception. I don't even.
What would perfect even mean? I don't. What would
I don't
that
know.
perfect
Good question. I don't know what that
mean?
means. I don't know either.
So
And
we
that's
cannot
why I
perceive
think
infrared light, but we can use instrumentation to detect it. So, we may not be able to perceive the quantum states of the universe, but we can use instrumentation to measure its effect. And building upon that knowledge, and
That doesn't
we
matter,
will
James.
learn.
I'm getting the fundamental thing I'm getting at is that you have to be able to like comprehend something from nothing, eternity, all the incomprehensible aspects of everything in the universe, matter itself. That's I'm not saying like, oh, we can figure out more and more about the phenomena and matter we observe. No, I'm saying the meta physics, the meta stuff of everything underlying the matrix. If you know, we could kind of go there if you want. But this is what I'm saying. We don't have access to this.
metaphysics or
Yeah, I'm saying our current perception, we don't have access to reconcile this. If you want to say, well, we might someday in the future, like, okay, then that just means like you're basically saying like a super evolved version of ourselves may be able to somehow someday comprehend that. Okay, I don't even care at that point. It's not even. It's like.
It's why when
bad
people
answer to the
talk to
question.
us about
like-
God and they talk to us about perfect beings, it's why it's just meaningless. We're like, that doesn't. You're just making like. Do you at least understand with your point why a perfect being is kind of an incomprehensible concept?
No, how would you? Can you elaborate on that?
Because that's your point. Okay, what is a perfect being to you?
No, wait. You I want you to elaborate on the first question you asked. Don't ask me to define something.
Isn't an imperfect being an incomprehensible concept? Why don't you think that if you are basically saying, I'm saying it could be possible one day where we have all knowledge. I don't think you would have any way to prove. I think possibly both of those statements.
If you have all knowledge, you actually are essentially God.
If you have all knowledge, no, I just think it's one of the traits. I don't think it's even super. I just don't think that.
Like
I don't
you literally
think
mean
we will.
all knowledge. Like every single position of every particle that's ever existed in every
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever
instantiation,
have that.
in every
Sunflower.
instantiation of every universe ever. Yeah, I'm sorry, you've become God at this point. The irony of the atheist skepticism is that they'll double down and back themselves into a corner where they actually have to. They'll prove that they will themselves one day become God in order to disprove the possibility of God.
That's
This
just
is-
it's
yeah,
one
this is
superpower.
this
That's
is the
other
neuroticism of the
superpower.
atheist.
It's one power.
This is
You
the
can
neuroticism
fire.
of the atheist. I'm sorry, it's true. I mean, it really is true.
You can know everything without being able
But
to proof
Sunflower,
a universe out of nothing.
I heart you. Please help me explain why a lot of your arguments are not projection. Like I keep on trying to get you to.
Oh,
like,
you want me to? Okay, this is perfect. I love textbook gaslighting. Whenever I get it, I cradle it and I cherish it and I pet it on the head like my cat.
Well,
So
you know what you do, Terry?
No, James,
and
simmer down, James. Listen,
well,
you
know what you do cherish? You cherish the gaps in our knowledge, Sunflower. You cling to them and caress them and cuddle them because it allows you to have your theology, and you can pretend you're never going to die, and you can pretend that you get to live forever. So, but in order to do that, you have to cling to these gaps in our knowledge and hope that we never find answers for these questions that we one day may find answers to. And yeah, but sorry to gaslight you, buddy.
imagine. Okay, let's all just be real with this one. If in the middle of a debate you ask someone, explain to me how your questions aren't projection. Let's break that down.
Break it down.
Let's break it down.
And I will say before, and I'll let you break it down.
Break it down.
Hold on. Let me just say. I know Bubble's been waiting. This is going to be our final questions. I want Sunflower to at least because if you both have views that may be disagreements, so I want to at least have the views that have disagreements be able to air them. But I know Bubble's been waiting. I know Sunflower wants to finish his point. But okay, back to you, Sunflower.
Well, my last point is that if you're in a, I mean, it's not. I wouldn't even call this heated. I think we're having a spirited back and forth. That's fine. That's good. It's healthy. But if in the midst of a spirited back and forth, you just sort of ask someone, explain to me how what you're saying isn't just projection. I mean, come on. That's what is that?
Can I give you an example? Can I give you just interrupt so you can give your final whatever?
That is my final. I'm done.
Why
you can have the final word.
Fine. But thank you so much, Sunflower. And yeah, it gets heated and spicy, but I actually like our conversations. I like the back and forth.
I do still like you, Sunflower.
And so keep on.
I still love you both.
On.
I still love you guys. What? You guys are. Hey, look.
You might crack a smile out of me, Sunflower. You just might.
Hey, if I do, I'll have to get a plaque on the wall for that one. No, look, spirited back and forth. My nature is that I'm inherently very. I don't even know what it is. It's almost like I'm calibrated to piss people off. I don't know why, but look, nonetheless, put differences aside. James, Amy, you guys are awesome. I really do appreciate you guys and love talking to you guys. And despite the little bit of tension there, hey, I think I consider you guys friends, and I love you guys. And all right, let's hear Bubble.
That love right
Have a good night, Sunflower.
Night, Sunflower.
It's a workout talking with Sunflower. It's a workout.
But I just want to explain because I want to paint with as straw as possible. Because what I mean, and he's not the only one who does this, by projection. And you could hear this when they talk about the myth, the fairy tale of evolution. Those weren't words that he used. Those are more Kent Hovind-y type of thing. But what I mean by that is, I'll give you up just some things. Atheists don't believe that something came from nothing. That is a phrase that I've only heard come from theists. I've only ever heard it. James, have you ever heard an atheist say stuff came from nothing?
Only tongue in cheek. Only
like the Lawrence Krauss book type
And what
So
Lawrence,
she was being joking and using signs.
and what Lawrence Krauss said, just very succinctly, was what happens if you combine matter and antimatter? You get nothing. So what if that equation ran in reverse, and from nothing you get matter and antimatter? I don't know if that was an actual theory that he proposed, but I think it was more of just trying to start a discussion.
He was just trying to get it as
Base level,
far down as possible. And whatever you go down to, you're going to say, what's that? If we found a multiverse, the instant question would be, what was behind that?
I would think that the reality is a multiverse of multiverses. I think it almost has to be.
Yes, exactly.
But that is pure speculation. I'm not a physicist. I don't know. But that's just my sense.
I want to give the other example, which is this notion of being perfect. I mean, if I had reframed his argument, it would have sounded atheistic. It just would have sounded a good argument for why we shouldn't believe in the notion of perfect beings. I think having perfect knowledge does not mean you're perfect. There's many different superpowers out there. You can have perfect knowledge of everything.
Not omnipotent.
Human being. You can use it to use lottery tickets and all sorts of. So that's what I mean. I'm trying to illustrate just how silly the notion of a perfect being is, and I thought he was demonstrating that. And although it got spicy, and it did, I think it got spicy for that. Just when we talk about just the type of regrets and things that we are, religion is who drills at that stuff. Religion is who tells us that we are born dirty and sinners and all this stuff that need to find. And so
find a loving, holy God, because God is so holy, Amy.
So holy.
We're not.
And so those are those three things. I have to do just two other things. Amazing super chat.
We got some shekels
from Urban Bench, and that is actual shekels.
Israeli shekels, yeah.
Hi from the Holy Land.
Shekels.
Normally you hear that word from the God is present here, everywhere. For example, you go for a walk in the desert, throwing a small stone over a mountain, and immediately you hear the great voice of God howling like a child. And I will just reiterate that I would love to visit Israel. I would love to visit really all the Middle East, all of the world one day, and we'll take our skeptic pig out there. Israel. Yeah, and I would love to just have good conversations with people of different religions. And thank you so very much, Eurobench. We will continue to use that to have quite a mensch. Good faith dialogue and conversations, and just sending so much love out there. And
I would just say that what I think is amazing is that they set up all these criteria that they think that the natural world can never fulfill, and then they bring in their God as a special pleading and say that actually God can come from nothing. He's always he doesn't need time. He's always existed. But these things, they're never prepared to grant the universe, but they just give them to God out of hand without even thinking about it. Just God can be timeless. God can be spaceless. God can make something come from nothing. God can do all these things, but nothing else.
But nothing else. Exactly.
Nobody else can. And that's not a special pleading.
No, it's special. He's a special God, but it's not special pleading.
Exactly. That's what our good buddy Arcangelo said.
One last thing for Titan Uranus out there and everyone. If you did want to know the secret that Wesely told me, and I promise not to tell until later in the episode. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So,
is that the vision you had?
That is the vision that I had. So, sending love out there, and we are going to bring in Bubble and have some more fun.
This will be our last caller.
Exactly. This will be our last. I know Beamsy wanted to talk to Sunflower. Sometimes when we have
Well,
time and not competing views, we do.
No,
but
Mark,
maybe
totally
Beamsy,
not.
I get the feeling he'll want to have conversation again.
Totally
so
not,
we'll
Mark.
see what Bubble has to say. What? Never. What is that? What? Where? When?
It doesn't look like Ken Hovind to me.
No. And with that, we
Sunflower
are
kicked
bringing
himself
in.
off our
and
Discord,
if-
but if you wanted to come back, he could come back. I don't think if he's on there.
Well,
He
I'll
kicked
let you even
himself.
have a final word at the end, Beamsy, if you want, just before we clean up, if you'd like to clear up
Sounds
some
good.
science. But we are getting corporate bubble,
There's someone who is a
Operation Bubble in
physicist.
here. We are calling me skeptical. Let's have some fun. What is
Dun,
up,
dun,
Bubble?
dun,
We are
dun,
calling
dun,
me
dun, dun,
skeptical.
dun. Your Darth Vader.
I
Come.
should have a lightsaber prop.
Yeah.
That is one. The mask is worldwide known for its silhouette. But Bubbles, what is up? We are talking about evolution deniers, which I hear. I mean, I feel like
Word around
this
the
is your
street
subject. Yeah, this may be your thing. So I hope you're doing well. And what do you have to talk about tonight?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
All right, I'm hungry and cold,
hear
so I'll try to make it easy, fast. I think I
Is it
start with
just me?
I think Amy can hear me. Can you hear me, Amy? Yeah, I think it might be you, James.
I hear you now.
I can hear you.
All right, then I guess I'll start with a musical bit myself. So here it goes.
Is this copyrighted?
Yeah, as long as obey the TOS guides, and you can continue.
It's gonna be the Sus Among Us theme. It's only like 5 notes. It's there you go.
All right, the stream got shut down.
Woohoo! Thank you so much, Bubble. Welcome to the show. Hope you are doing well. And what are your thoughts?
Well, I guess I'll start with the question. What would get you to stop believing in evolution? What would get you to stop believing in evolution?
You need to prove to me that genes don't randomly mutate and the environment doesn't naturally select them.
Well, genes mutating doesn't follow that evolution is true. Just because change happens.
It's
Change.
my definition
That's
of
the
evolution.
very definition of evolution. Is change.
Then this would be a very wrong definition, because I could simply say, because my car changes all the time. It's getting rusty. That doesn't mean it's going to turn into some sort of
Is it a biological organism that reproduces?
Well, you guys believe life came from non-life, so my point would still stand unless you have some sort of double standard.
What do you mean? Your point would still stand about what? What was your point about?
Okay, because you said because your definition of evolution has changed, right? Basically, just change.
Well, no, I would say definition very specifically is that genes randomly mutate and the environment naturally selects them.
Yeah, just change.
So what is your definition of evolution?
It's very specific. It's the gaining of information.
I don't accept that definition.
Well, you don't accept it because it clearly just debunks your whole evolutionary theory. That's why you don't accept it.
You can't define evolution out of reality just by defining it.
Because my theory, my definition is in more touch with reality.
And
your definition is very loosey goosey.
I'm going to ask you the same question that my JavaScript teacher asked me. What's your definition of information?
In this code, it would be the ability to something that has the encoding and decoding.
Encoding and decoding.
Yeah, because we're talking about biological evolution, not cosmic or chemical evolution.
See, I don't accept that as information. Information, well, it is the translation of symbols from, generally speaking, a mind. You're turning data into information. So Chinese or any other language just looks like a bunch of symbols to us. But if you fit it into a translator, you can understand the information contained inside.
Yes, that falls within my definition. But things that don't fall within my definition would be like salts or crystals.
We don't believe in crystals either.
No, it's like crystals are not information because there's not a encoder and decoder.
But it's everything is still information, like where all the particles exist in the universe.
And
No,
so,
but not everything has a decoder and encoder.
but everything is still information. Oh, I guess we lost Amy, guys. Her browser must have. But
Only
everything
by
is
your-
information, right? You can take
Only-
anything and map its particles out, and that's information, right?
Only by your very loose definition.
Well, it's not a loose definition. You just have a very limited definition
No,
of
I
what
have
you
very
think information is.
I have a very strict definition because I'm trying to be scientific. I'm not trying to play
Well, it's not a
loosey
scientific
goosey.
definition.
would you
It's
be able to
contrived.
name some scientists that support your view of evolution? That evolution is the adding of information.
Yeah. I mean, I have to look them up because I don't remember people's name by like by heart.
Okay, I'd be highly skeptical, but I'm open. I'm open-minded.
So your genetic code, Bubble, there's nobody who's ever lived with that genetic code, and we could go 1 trillion years in the future, and there would never be another organism with your exact genetic code. That is information by its very definition.
No.
If you have children,
N-
their
not-
DNA will be slightly different than yours. That's new information.
No,
No.
no,
Why
because single point changes, single point mutations are not new information.
Why not?
Okay, do you think rust on a car is gonna eventually is new information to that car?
Sure.
Honestly, did you just say?
It would be a change to its chemical properties. Like if you looked at the chemical analysis of the car before and after the rust, it would be different, right?
Wait, you're just admitting, yeah, things degrade. There is entropy, but
It
that
can
is
go
not
either
evolving.
way. You're
No, it can-
conflating
it-
entropy
no, no.
with information.
It cannot-
They're not the
it
same
can-
concept.
No, it cannot go either way. It's going one way, and that way is down.
Once again, information would be an agent looks at a
Going up.
car and the data is rust, and you go, okay, my car is beginning to wear down. That
That's
is the
new
information.
Yeah, and cars rusting, things getting old, people get old. They're not going to turn into Superman. That car isn't going to turn into like a Humvee. It's just going to
It's not a
deteriorate.
biological organism.
Yeah, but it
But-
doesn't matter because you believe life came from non-life. Unless
Yes.
you have some sort of double
But-
standard.
So
A
do
1 point stance.
So when you have
so
a
do
baby,
all theists, though. I believe you can't believe that life came from non-life. We both do. So why do
Well-
you bring that up?
Well, I'm pointing out your double standard. Me believing me believing that life can.
Not a double standard.
Well, I don't. Well, yeah,
Probably
because
just-
you guys have a double standard. If you say I can't use the car analogy, if you're saying I can't use the car analogy
not
because
life.
it's
It
mechanical.
doesn't reproduce. Like
Yes,
life
but
does.
you believe life came from non-life, so you have a
It
double
doesn't
standard.
matter.
Yes,
That
it
was
does
a
matter.
singular
So
event
do
that
you. I
happened
don't
a
get the
billion
point.
years ago, or like
No,
4 billion years
It
ago.
doesn't matter if it was singular. You still believe it.
But your analogy, it's completely breaks down because
No, it
we're
it
not
doesn't.
saying that we're not saying that inanimate objects reproduce with variation. We're saying that
Doesn't matter.
that life reproduces with variation.
Doesn't matter. You're presenting a double standard here.
Yep. Nobody would consider that a double standard.
It is a
other
double
than
standard.
Only
No.
in your own mind.
What's more complicated, a cell or a Humvee?
Complication does not imply design. Design
Yeah,
would be
complication
designed by
doesn't imply
by
design.
efficient simplicity.
Yeah,
would
by
imply
simplicity,
design.
not design.
And do you
The cell
Complexity
looks
is a
like something-
hallmark of
and complicated things need designers?
No, they don't.
No.
The-
Yes, they do.
You have any
Well,
evidence for that?
Anyways, back to my question. What's
Wait,
more
no.
complicated?
Why don't we go? Why, you don't want to go back to intelligent design and introduce?
No, I go back to my question because he didn't answer my question. What's more complicated, a cell or a Humvee?
I don't know. What do you think what is more complicated?
Okay, can we make a Humvee?
Can we make a Humvee?
can
yes,
humans-
and one day
okay.
we may be able to make cells.
Oh, goody.
well, I mean,
So what's more complicated?
your body is making billions of cells constantly. I mean,
yeah, because that was a higher designer. Of course, you're appealing to a higher designer there.
Can I ask you, when you want to get into a car, do you want a complex way or a simple way?
And doesn't your body have simplicity in design?
No, it generally looks like it's been ran through the wheels, kicking and screaming, just trying to survive to anything that it can cling to.
Oh, please show me
are
where.
you familiar with the recurrent laryngeal nerve?
You know,
Is
we
that
could
the?
die if we drink a glass of water.
Oh, you're talking about that nerve that's like things the one in your neck, right?
Yeah, the one that in fish, it's like a quarter of an inch long, but in giraffes, it goes all the way down the neck, all the way back to the top to end
Yeah.
up like an inch away from where it started. That's
Yeah.
what happens when evolution works because it's an unguided
No.
process.
No, that's simply
No?
no. You know why? Because we simply don't know why that is, but it doesn't mean it wasn't designed. Clearly,
And the designer is an idiot. He's a moron. He
He's a stupid
No.
designer.
he's a
We're a
stupid
bad
No,
designer. We should.
no, you're just picking at this thing we don't understand why it's there yet, and like ignoring the entire picture of perfection.
So that's a false, non-falsifiable view. So you could just look at anything and say, "Oh, well, even if we don't understand it, God just did it that way, and we'll know one day."
No, because it wasn't long ago before, like I think it was a couple years back. Atheists used to say, "Oh, it was bad design that God put the red cells in front of the eye receptors." But in fact, we actually needed the red cells. Yes. Have you seen the debate for Kant?
It's about the octopus eyes, which they are in fact better than our eyes.
Indeed, there are many eyes that are better than our eyes.
No, that's not it. I'm talking about. Have you guys seen the debate with Kant versus Michael Shermer?
I do like Michael Shermer.
Okay, in that debate, Michael Shermer brought up the argument that the human eye was badly designed because God put the red cells in front of the eye receptors. But turns out that was false, and that was how it was supposed to be, because you need the red blood cells in front of the eye receptors because of UV radiation, which is burn out the receptors.
Well, why would God have UV radiation even be a thing anyway that would require this workaround?
That's just how light is. And look, everything causes mutations in us. Plastics, dirt, metals.
Does the environment naturally select them?
No, nothing. No.
Natural selection never happens. People shouldn't look across the street. They should just run.
Yeah, but this is what you're presenting is an argument against evolution. Everything is harmful, antagonistic to life.
Well, like
everything,
Amy's example of
cool drink of water.
Like Amy's example of the moth experiment that they did, where
even water is antagonistic. According to
the color of the moth, if it matches the color of the trees, then it's less likely to be eaten, right? So that's a mutation that can be selected by the environment.
No, you're already selecting something that's already there, or it's just a single point mutation. For example, potatoes. You can get different colored potatoes.
Mash them, stick them in a stew.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what kind of potato. You can get different colored potatoes if you take them to different heights, and you can get that color change within like a couple of generations or one or two generations. I don't know the exact, but this change is already in there. It's nothing novel.
How do you know that?
Because I saw why this happens. And this is what scientists said. Like, this is nothing novel. This is just stuff that's already in it's just promoting different pigments to deal with UV radiation.
It's evolving.
So it's reacting to its environment is what you're saying.
No, it's promoting well, in a way, but it's promoting something that's already there. That's the point. It's nothing new.
So the mutations do produce produce different things in the genome, right?
No, it's not a mutation. It's already there. It's simply promoting it because it's in a higher elevation, which in which UV radiation can damage it, can cause mutations. It's trying to avoid mutations, so
So-
it increases its pigment, so it avoids mutations, and it doesn't die off because of mutations.
Is a mutation a change to the DNA? Is that how it happens? Right? There is the DNA was before, and now there's a change to it, and
Yes, and change
that's a
kills.
mutation, right?
Yes,
Okay,
and change
regardless of
kills.
whether you think it kills or not, though, but it is a change, right?
But not change doesn't always kills.
No,
Mutations are
well,
not always harmful.
it's highly relevant that change kills. It is highly relevant
So
because
every person has mutations from their parents, yet we don't all just die, right? Because most of them are non-fatal, right? They
It's
don't
true.
kill
no,
us.
because they're nearly neutral. Of course, not one would. Okay, there are occasions in which a single point mutation can kill you, but those are very rare.
Right.
But you have a bunch of mechanisms to stop mutations, and that's the point. Stopping the cells is intentionally trying to stop mutations. The fundamentals
But they
of
don't.
evolution.
Wait,
But they don't completely
because
stop all
mutations
The point
are
is that
often
it's
a
trying
mistake in the
Yes.
copyright.
Yes, and that's why evolution isn't true. So I'm going to ask you again: what's going to stop you from believing in evolution?
So, I'm confused. You just said the genes mutate. So, that's the first part of evolution. And then the environment naturally selects them. So, my question to you, which part of evolution do you disagree with?
Give me a second. There's a car beeping outside.
You're good. But once again, just to reiterate, what it would take to prove to me that evolution isn't true, you'd have to show me that genes don't randomly mutate and the environment doesn't naturally select them. I think if you could show that those two facts
You could disprove it.
in reality, yeah.
Okay, the car stopped beeping. God.
You could
Oh,
disprove
okay.
it in the fossil record too, if you could
Anyways.
find
Sure,
if you could find a
Lots of
human
challenge.
Okay,
human
first
fossil
let me answer Amy first. Okay.
a billion years old. No, go ahead.
Okay, the way you phrase it, Amy, of course, nobody's denying that change happens, but the change is an evolution. Change is devolution.
You
And
say
so you
there's no
cannot
such thing as
say
de-evolution. That's
you
a super
cannot
deep
say
one.
you cannot say evolution unless you're defining devolution as evolution.
I would say that it's a pseudoscientific concept. You'd have to offer evidence for de-evolution and
No,
be able
people
to
just
tell me what that
okay.
is.
No, academia just doesn't want to say devolution because they got to keep up this
Conspiracy.
facade. No, it's not. It's not a conspiracy. It's political.
Well, why is it political? Why
It's a-
would they care?
It's
one
a
way or another?
narrative. They're trying to keep us down and out of it.
No. Oh, you're saying you're not politically interested? BS.
No,
You're
I would
politically interested.
generally say
My science
that
has nothing to
this
do
is
with my politics.
the time. for
Absolutely, it
James.
does. It's all things are connected. Your politics are definitely connected to your.
You don't know my
your-
politics. You don't know Amy's
Oh,
politics.
Of course, you're both leftists. No, you can't hide it. Look, it doesn't matter.
Really?
Really?
I would say. I was gonna say, James.
I'm probably more conservative than you are on a lot of issues, Bubble.
And
I
I'm a
doubt it.
centrist. I would say I'm a liberal that tends to use freedom as my guiding light. I view liberal as the middle position between rightist and leftist.
But we're fiercely non-political because this is
Yeah,
not about
and
No.
we're
politics.
also politically incorrect, both of us.
We are politically incorrect.
No, it's still political. All this is just this is all still politically driven.
Is it? Are you sure you haven't been fed a narrative by the media that you were fed?
Amy,
Uh-huh.
don't you promote LGBT?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And then LGBT and God are clearly in opposition, especially Christian
Can
God.
I tell you one thing? If
And that makes
the
God dumb.
the Abrahamic God
No, I'm
is
saying you have an
true,
interest.
I agree, and it would make I know which side I would be on that fight. It would be the LGBTQ. It would
Exactly.
be God.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So you're
Okay.
politically driven, of course.
That's not
Well,
politics.
The fact
Yes,
that
it is
they're
politics.
Why is that politics? It's
Okay.
just he's a D bag. I can't help that he's a D bag.
Well, you can think that. Go ahead. I'm not saying.
I will continue to think that. Well, the Abrahamic God, because
Sure, go ahead. I'm not saying don't stop thinking that. That's whatever
Okay.
your politics want to be. Go ahead.
sold. It's not.
But that is in fact political, and that's my point.
I would disagree.
Well, you just
I-
admitted. You just admitted it was political.
But Sunflower, there are millions and millions of Christians
How's it
who
political?
are allies to the LGBT cause. Who, I get it that it's a what's the word for it, Amy? The differing beliefs, where people hold contradictory beliefs. What's that term, guys? When you hold two contradictory beliefs at the same time?
Cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, I understand there's a lot of cognitive
Gotcha.
dissonance there, but they still are allies of the LGBT cause, and that's great.
And yeah, I would also say, just like they're saying in chat, I'm for secularism, which is the fairness. See, the reason why gay marriage isn't political is because I'm also for straight marriage. So if supporting gay marriage makes me a leftist and supporting straight marriage makes me a rightist.
Are you pro-abortion?
I have a scientific work. Well, so first of all, I am for a abortion if a woman chooses. I think that based on personal autonomy, I think that the workaround to that was you need to invest in technology that would allow a fetus to one day be able to be taken to term without a parent. And
so yes, but more friendly, more woke.
Kind of pull away from the politics.
Can I say something? And once again, I really do. I hate even classical liberal because it's just liberal, whatever that term. But like, I once saw at the CPAC convention lately, the people that were like, "We're reframing woke to mean stay awake," and it's like, that's what woke. That's what woke means. The euphemism treadmill. It's just always funny.
But
yeah, I don't even know what it means most of the time now. It's like
you don't have to deny God to hold political views that are opposite to you. So
I'm saying
there's a big conspiracy to deny God?
No, I'm saying they're in a political opposition.
I mean, it's two totally separate things.
No, they can't coexist, and that's a problem.
Well, I mean, we're just going to have to figure out how to convert people, aren't we? If that's the case.
No, you can't coexist.
What do you mean coexist?
You're trying to make it coexist. It's absurd. It's an oxymoron.
Yeah, so we have to get people to deconvert so there aren't any more fundamentalist religious creationists. I don't want to, but I feel like that's what you're saying.
So you want to draw people away from Christianity?
Sure. Well, absolutely.
So it's political.
But not by a gun.
No, because we don't think it's true. We think it's a lie.
Okay, not by a gun. Not by a gun. Okay, do you think we should remove that law that says we can't teach what's that? Intelligent design?
Yes. No. Well, wait. You shouldn't be able to teach. You shouldn't be able to teach intelligent design.
What? We shouldn't.
Public schools.
Okay, so you believe we should not teach intelligence design, but we should teach evolution, right?
Yes. Because what is science?
So you do believe. Okay, so you do believe in a gun?
No.
You just admitted it. You believe we should teach evolution, government mandated
science.
Yes,
exactly.
Government
empirically validated.
But can I ask? Do you think
all government laws flow from the barrel of the gun?
Do you think we teach gravity by the gun?
Nobody's in opposition to that.
Have you been on the modern day debate today? I love modern day debates.
James.
You are.
I missed it. Yeah, I saw the title, but I missed it. I made this thing like I'm no longer watching flat Earth debates or these kooky debates, so I just skip them.
But that's the
thing.
I
worth my time.
We're sending love.
I'm fucking losing my patience with us. I'm like, this is just like brain dead. I'm not gonna give it my time.
So when people teach the globe in high school, is that come out of a gun?
Wait. I want to say something about those debates. People should start boycotting these flat Earth debates and these Google debates because that's just a waste of your time, audience. It is not worth your money. It's not worth your time.
People like them. What can we say?
Yeah, people like fast food.
If If you got some, hey.
Anyways, what was your question again, James?
Jesus Christ, I lost my train of thought.
Well, and I will say we're only going to go for a little bit
few more
longer,
minutes.
and then we're going to wrap up.
Yeah, because I'm really sleepy. It's like really late where I'm at.
It's 4 a.m. here, yeah.
Dang.
But almost 4:20, ladies and gentlemen. So happy to anyone out there.
Oh, what I said was, is it coming from the barrel of a gun when we teach the globe in school? Because there are people who disagree with it, and we have to politely say that they're wrong.
They're almost all creationists,
and their views are so backwards that we are not willing to allow them to be taught to kids.
Well, I think
it would be intellectually abusive.
Okay, I think of course we should. Despite us not knowing how gravity works, I think we should teach it because that's something that's observable. Evolution has never been observed, and there's a difference.
Yeah, we've never seen speciation, like one virus becoming another.
No. Even have you seen Gutsy Given's last video? She admitted species is. Yeah, she admitted in her last video species is not a thing, and I don't know how it completely.
I think that's true. I think you're.
That's not true.
Yeah.
No, she admitted that it's a fake. It's fake because it's just a tool to categorize animals.
I would say kinds are fake. They were
I agree with that. Kinds and species.
Hey, actually, this is a good question. Now that we're talking about it, a goat. Okay, just picture a goat. How did a goat come to be?
Created.
Okay, no. But take me through the stages from goat to goat.
Well, that's like asking me the programming language of the programming of Windows 10. I don't know. that took a lot of people to program Windows 10.
So you have no idea how any of the animals. How about a tree?
Because I don't
explain how a tree came to be.
Well, no, because I don't know how to program a tree.
Bubble, do you understand why when we ask you any actual logistical questions about your own beliefs?
No, because you're asking questions like, can you tell me how we all know how Windows 10s? Well, some people know how Windows 10s work. Can you tell me how Windows 10 was made? I'm asking you the programming. Of course, you can't answer that.
Yes,
that would be absurd for me.
Imagine with C++.
Yeah, that's not answering my question. I can simply say,
though?
Well, that's like me saying that it was used. The tree was used by using chemicals. But that's not giving me information.
But it's like asking, how do you make an operating system? I could run you through System 32. We could take a look. We could actually think, how would we want to build an operating system? You'd have to build program. You'd have to build a search program at the bottom. You'd have to build some sort of graphical interface.
Yeah, but you don't know the specifics, and that's the thing. None of us know the specifics.
I know, but there are people
there are Apple engineers. There are people,
and we can go see them
money
and talk to them, and they do know, even if we don't.
There are people in chat saying
Mark Reed knows how to make an OS.
Yeah, Mark Reed is saying, but
I can't make a microprocessor, but there are people alive who have.
Bubble, coming in. Bubble, did Satan take you? Bubble.
If he's not saying,
I will say it's almost a good time because we have to bring to an end. I feel like Beamsy, I'm gonna let you on a second to say a thing, but it has to be 5 minutes because we're trying to wrap you up under the 4 hour. Though I don't mind when it gets 4 hours, but I like that special wrapping. Bubble, I heart you. I don't know if you can hear us or not.
We can't hear you.
To many more conversations.
He's probably been talking the whole time.
I know he probably has. Poor Bubble. I'm sending love to Sunflower, to Bubble. There we go. Okay. To everyone out there, I'm gonna bring Beamsy in. Beamsy, we have just a few minutes. I know that you want.
He probably injured his head from pounding on the table.
Both of those, but it really does. I'm putting you on the clock here. I'm resetting. It has to be under 5 minutes.
The aspect of biological evolution is the change in leotiles of successful generations in populations of organisms. Saying its information is outright rubbish and will never ever be defined by anyone else other than creationists. So you are just using an appeal to definition. That is all that you are doing. As for sunflower,
Oh my.
Oh boy.
the Casimir effect is something that has actually been done through experimentation. Through use of the Higgs boson and the Z boson, they have actually discovered the aspect of the increasing of mass of an element left in a complete vacuum. In addition to, in a completely dark area, that sparks actually will appear inside a complete vacuum with nothing inside of it. That is the whole concept of things coming in and out of existence, and that has been done as an experiment many times. The biggest one that you can think of, not Lawrence Krauss, he has only written about it. You would actually have to look at Puzzy, I'm going to butcher his last name, Latamaki. He's the one that actually really did the research of it in Finland in the 1999. And he actually showed that virtual particles do actually come in and out of existence and destroy each other. And that's where flashes of light exist. No, that's the point of a vacuum sunflower. It's like what's in your head. There might be nothing there, but there's something that actually can reflect. Sorry. No ad hominems. I apologize for that. I'm just a little bit annoyed, and I do apologize for that. The latest one you'd actually have to look at is Hedrick Casimir. He is the one that actually came up with the Casimir effect. You would have to read his, and that's where Lawrence Krauss came his something from nothing. Your aspect of the idea of light can be interchanged. This is why the definition of light is always defined as in a vacuum. Light can be lensed, light can be changed, and light can be changed in direction because it is a photon. There also isn't... No, annoyance is normally stop distracting me. The biggest good example of that is the aspect to the quark and the way that electrons actually exist but don't exist. You would actually have to understand that the representation of anything within an electron, they both exist and don't exist at the same time. And that's another aspect of quantum physics.
Woo-hoo. So thank you so much, Beamsy. I'm going to use the remaining amount of your time. This is like 2 minutes. And Bubble, I hope, because I feel bad because you DC'd.
No, Sunflower, what I said is this. Particles come in and out of existence within a vacuum, not how they behave in a vacuum, and a photon is not a particle. A photon is a photon. It's neither a wave or a particle. But it has the principles of both a wave and a particle.
Bubble, you got 2 minutes to wrap up. I can't say that Beamsy won't have a reply in between there, but we are wrapping up in 2 minutes. You're going to leave? Oh, thank you so very much, Beamsy.
No, I'm going to mute because
you're going to mute.
Time. Yeah,
well,
time,
and Bubble, I would like you to just wrap up your final point. We have been talking evolution, denial. We have been calling us skeptical. Thank you for joining us. As always, we want to have more theist conversations, but what is your final thought?
Hi, guys. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, can.
Yes.
All right. It was good. Good talk. I mean, I think it's been pretty obvious in the last couple of years that atheists are on the defensive now. And
James Bubble, that's a fantasy you've got there.
Come on, James. You brought up the Heckle's fetus drawings.
Oh, I loved every minute of it.
I don't even know why you thought that was a good idea. Anyways, that was funny. That was a good stuff. It was
amazing, Bubble.
Yeah. But pro tip, don't ever do that again. Anyways, good stuff. And good night, y'all.
Thanks for the advice.
Night, Bubble. And all right, I think we are going to wrap it up. Beamsy, thank you so much for hanging around with us. We had a lot of fun. Oh, actually, James, if you want to say anything coming up, I want to send a shout out to Factionist Network. Give me 1 second.
Oh, well, it was just a really good show tonight. Thanks everybody for tuning in. It's almost 4:30, but we will be off I'm pretty sure we're taking tonight off. We may be back on Monday night, so stay tuned for that. My debate with Ken Hovind, round 2, still May 20th on SFT. Get ready for that. Come on back, Bo. We'll watch round 2. More Pagels drawings, more R and Raw. The fun continues.
Woo-hoo! And I am sending into chat a link because we want to get him his 100 Factionalist Network. I'm putting the link on screen. Right there. So we want to get him his 100. He is at 74 right now. Come on, skeptic and ranting community. We could get him his 100 right now.
Do it to us.
Okay, so send in love.
There's 30
Let's
people
get him
watching.
his title. Exactly. So that right there would be the 100. I just have to pass the love on just thinking about Oz and Jenna in the back of my head and Tang Gang. And so we have to continue to cross-pollinate. I know Brett invited me on tonight, so I'm sending him love. I will eventually go back on his stream.
Counting down the days.
Well, I want to go on. I like going on apologist channels, Dawa channels, anyone that will have us. And that's really how it is. Because James, once again, do we schism? Do we have religious holy wars?
Not just now, no.
No, we just have to. Oh, did I say? Oh, link in chat.
Factionalist Network.
Let me actually throw it in there. Not just throw it up on the screen. I'm going to make it in chat as well. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. I'm even going to pin it. Boom. Woo-hoo! So send them
He's
love.
getting some. He's getting some. Thanks, guys.
Woo! Oh, see? Thank you guys so very much, you lovely lads and lasses. It is a fantastic skeptic and ranting community, and so we just want to keep on sending that love back into our entire panel and all of our guests tonight. And all right, there are more debates coming, including 15-foot long Hovens, including the unhoven that you should check out down here. There are going to be more Debate Me Bras upcoming. Oh, no,
More
not
debate.
a knife. What's up? Gizmo looks so happy. So adorable. Trying to think. Better convention coming up.
Coming up.
I don't know what else to say. Send in love. In fact, I hope you had a fun time on this episode of
Thanks, guys.
Oh, you know what? I do have one more thing to say. There is a new show specifically that is going to be almost all premieres, and they're not going to be super long, but they are just at helping the community at like how to do a podcast, but then more than just how to do that, because that could be very vague. I want to just go and I'll work very closely with Gizmo hand in hand. So,
paw.
just exactly hand and paw to show people how to set up an overlay, how to
Overlord.
maybe create your overlord, how to create your first opening or ending and changing credits, and just a lot of things that I want to go into monetization.
Thanks,
I'm going to go the first time. I think we're going to thank you to all of our supporters. I think we're actually going to get our first one this month. And there's not a lot of good videos on monetization over there. I want to go on to help other channels, other atheists, theists, just to give you the look into Google Analytics.
Reminds me of our first couple streams, trying to figure out how to get StreamYard to do a broadcast.
Yo, I
Yeah.
mean, I remember or not
How do we
even
do
knowing
this?
how to full screen people and stuff.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's been a wild journey, but
but it has been a fun one, a continued one. The channel icons and all that stuff are about to hit, and we're gonna throw our 1K celebration party alongside with them. And so I think that is about it. The show is called Creative and Comical, I think, because it's about trying to help other people be creative, as much as I like to pat myself on the back, with also hopefully a comedic edge. And so there's that. And final. I keep on saying
UDEF
final.
just got to the party, and we're about to ready to go. Good.
I know.
Hey,
Dune. The Patreon show, the question Q&A show is about to happen. It's going to include channel members and Patreons, but it's going to be recorded live and premiered for everyone. So it doesn't matter. If you're just a subscriber, you're going to get all of our content. We just want to continue enhancing the Skeptic and Ranting community. And I think that is about as much blabbing as you truly can get out of me. Okay. I do hope you had a fun time on this episode of Call Me Skeptical.
Thanks, Dale.
Evolution denial? Thank you, Dale. Mm-hmm. That's right. Tonight.
Thank you, Mark.
We opened up the internet phone lines. What's up, Mark? Sending me so much love to see if anyone can help us understand why they would deny the theory of evolution.
Hi, Penelope.
Penelope says hi. There will eventually be cat emojis. So many. Send them now because they fight demons. Did you know? No, they fight demons. That's amazing.
At the commander GD level.
At the commander level. That's right. So I hope you enjoyed where we opened up the internet phone lines to see if anyone can help us understand why they would deny the theory of evolution for an evolving good time.
They took a swing at it. Oh, Beamsy's cat.
Speaking of kitty overlords, I know. What? You know. And all right.
Doorknob says Penelope reminds him of Brett Keane.
It's true. It's a triple cat. Could you get any more internet worthy than triple cats? I'm not sure you can. Cats.
Yeah, lots of meowing.
But I want to thank my co-host James W. along with our guests Wesely, Beamsy, Sunflower, and Bubba. Woo! Along with the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that bell icon that will give you premieres or reminders and to see our live streams. Woo! Or hey. Why not leave a comment once the video is done? After the show, we will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below. Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more content, we offer some perks, more you say, for our supporters at patreon.com/Amy Newman. Woo-hoo, thank you so very much, Annie. I'm looking, hold on. 83. Thank you so very much, all of you lovely skeptics out there. But yes, You can find it there at /AV Newman, and I am AV Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone. Mwah.
Good night, guys.
Sending so much love.